Testing. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's hitting the red, which is a bit perturbing, but hopefully it should work. Alright, I found this game in Korea. I was watching some Korean streams, and they were playing this Pokemon game, and it looked pretty fun. I don't know any Korean, but I do have Gemini with me, so I'm just going to use it to translate everything in the game. But I hope you guys are having a good day. I've already played a little bit of it, but I thought, okay, why not stream it? We have no music, and it's because I turned the music off so I could listen to Spotify while playing. Well, let's just turn that back on. So, this is Pokemon Wishing Star. It's made in Pokemon Essentials. So it's not like a ROM hack. It's probably closer to like Infinite Fusions or something like that. But it's completely Korean. There's no English translation. And so I picked it up by a stroke of fortune. While watching a stream and on C.R.O.C, which is the Korean Twitch. I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh, this looks kind of fun. Especially because there's gotcha elements. We don't have any tickets though. I have no idea what anybody is saying, so this is going to be very silly because we're just here to play the game. There's this story in this game, I'm pretty sure, because there's a lot of text that there is a button to skip through it. So I'm assuming not all Koreans are playing this game for the story. And so they just, if they can skip the text and get a, you know, a fun experience playing the game, then so too can I. But I know for sure that there are story elements to it because A, there's dialogue, and 2, I put this in translate. Like I took a screenshot and put this in the robot to translate it for me. And I'm pretty sure this person is Sabrina, the Saffron City gym leader. And I think that's because we're in like a redesigned Saffron City. Because if we go to the left here, I already did my day. So there's like a whole day routine and there's a gacha you do at the beginning and end. So it's kind of monotonized like a job. However, if you cross this forest, and there are no items because I've already collected them, there'll be items strewn about that you can collect if you need to. And we're in Celadon City now. It's like super hot today, so that's totally gonna inhibit my mental faculties. But yeah, there's no tutor here, but there is a game corner. And I think we can get a coin case. Can we gamble yet? No. I lost a lot of my save data because I accidentally evolved C.R.O.C. So the whole premise of this game is that you're supposed to play as a gym leader. And if you can tell by looking at my Pokemon, I have elected to become the flying type gym leader. And so you kind of dream up Pokemon, and then you pick them and they get added to your party. So the reason why I deleted my save and had to go back a little bit is because 1, I overslept and missed my third Pokemon, which was going to be Cranidos, and then I realized I didn't want Cranidos. And then 2, I accidentally evolved Scizor, or Scyther into Scizor, which would remove its flying type and then make it ineligible to be part of the flying gym. So it's weird that you can evolve them, but I just have to remember that I need to keep Scyther as Scyther and not evolve it into Scizor. Even though Scizor is objectively a better Pokemon than Scyther. We'll just find a way to make it work. Yeah, so all the names of the moves are in Korean as well. So the only way I'll be able to tell what the move is by the context of its base power, number of power points on the move, and then also the typing and what level the Pokemon is that it's learning it. And that's been serving me well so far. Especially because I'm picking Pokemon where I'm familiar with their learn sets as they level up, so... that gives me a tactical advantage that will help surmount the language barrier that's currently preventing me from, you know, enjoying this game fully. But I think the game itself is pretty fun. Oh yeah, we can visit... I know it's Celadon because we can visit Erica in her gym. And you know, when I think about this... I'm pretty sure that Lance, in the way his team is set up at the end of the Elite Four, he's actually the Flying type gym leader, or Flying type Elite Four member, because rather than having 6 dragons, he has 2 Dragonairs, a Dragonite, and then Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Gyarados, usually. And all the consistent type is Flying. Obviously, Dragonair is not a Flying type, but it turns into a Flying type. But I just think that, you know, Lance should be a Dragon Trainer, and so we can take up the niche of the Flying type gym leader, which should steamroll most of Kanto. So yeah, there's Erica. She's speaking in Korean. I have no idea what she's saying. But I did learn how to convert the WASD keyboard into Korean characters. A little bit. I just asked the robot what buttons to press, so that's why I have these Pokemon named the way they are. Noibat is named after the Vomer, which is the Vomer bone on the vertebrate skull, and it's just the Korean equivalent. Like if you were looking at a Korean textbook, it's the Korean word for Vomer. Scyther is the Foramen spinosum. And I can't... Oh, hey, Nox. How's it going? We're playing Pokemon today. We're becoming a gym leader in a Korean fan game. And our team right now is Noibat and Scyther. But yeah, how's it going? We've never spoken today at all. This is the first time we're meeting, right? Of the day. Nothing ever happened 5 minutes ago. And just to be clear, we were never hacked. I'm legitimately making a video. But yeah, I hope your day's going good, Nox. And I've been taking this uber seriously. Right now I'm in a bit of a slump with how I want to explain it, but basically I'm going to be applying all of the Mecha Chameleon. Or all of the actual camouflage strategies in Mecha Chameleon. You're displaying your dominance by building in front of the world tree. Oh yeah, dominance asserted. What is the Yggdrasil? Is Yggdrasil the word for the world tree? Though yeah, when I say camouflage, I mean I got super serious about it. I found a way to, within the video editor, apply a colorblind software. We're just running around with Noibat so I can explain what I'm talking about. I found a way to apply a colorblind filter onto the video editing software so that it mimics the red-green color blindness that most animals see in the animal kingdom. And so that can explain why a tiger is orange. And you've probably seen the image before, but I got the filter working so that you can see every animal like that, and it's super cool. So when I figure out how I'm going to do the writing for it, it'll be a fire video. It's like an hour and 40 minutes long already. I might try to condense it, but yeah, it's a totally fun thing to work on. The colorblind filter was my Chemical X, because I was like, oh, I want to mimic camouflage. But you can't mimic camouflage unless you know how the animals are looking at you. So humans have vision that's like trinocular. They have three cones. But most animals have 2. Like your dog, if you have a dog, it's a red-green colorblind. I combined red, blue, and green. Red, blue, because Pokemon red, blue. But yeah, that was super fun to do. I felt like a genius afterwards, too. It was like mad laughter, because, you know, when you look at the image, the bog standard image of the tiger, Let me see if I can pull this up, actually. How do people do this? Tiger camouflage. What if I just give you... What if I just show you? It's not like I'm... Yeah, I'm just going to show you what I mean. Give me 1 second. We're going to take a little... We're going to go rest up a little bit, and I'm just going to show you the camouflage thing that I'm talking about. Yeah, I gotta be careful about this, though. Wait, have you guys ever played Mecha Chameleon at all? I've been having a lot of fun with it. Nope. Oh yeah, your time has been eaten up by Pal World, which is something I should not know. Okay, let me grab Wishing Star. Video capture, and then just add. Hey. Oh, that's the wrong one. One second here. Just remove all of this and just show you the display. So yeah, this is going to be in the video. There are going to be sequences where I show you how this works. Alright, let me pull up the... Come on, up here. Alright, do you see this tiger? Speaking of Yggdrasil, I wish the game Yggdrasil from Overlord was real. Ain's described as a spin-off once, and it has several thousand species you can play as, and even more classes for each of them. Yeah, maybe. I feel like it would... The type of game you're describing would probably be an offshoot of VR chat. Okay, peep this. This is crazy. So here is the tiger, normally, and here is after I apply my... It's called Deuteronomia. It's the Deuteronomic red-green filter. Or red-green color blindness filter. And you can then see instantly. Like, this is how a deer or a dog would see a tiger, IRL. Or if you're a human with Deuteronomia, so, you know, red-green color blindness, this is what you'd see, rather than a tiger. And this is a lot more terrifying if you were to, like, be walking in the grass. So you could totally understand why humans would want to be able to see orange. Because if you saw the world like this, and not like this, then that would be pretty bad. And so, when you look up the pictures on the internet about this, there's like a lot of the, some of the pictures are actually like doctored, right? They don't actually represent color blindness. They're actually just a green filter that's coloring everything green. But you'll know it's a real filter if the color is this sort of yellowish green, because it's not that you can't see red, it's that the greens and reds kind of blend together as one color, if I'm understanding it correctly. So all of your browns, oranges, yellows will sway towards green. And because I have this filter, I can apply it to everything. So here's another picture of a tiger. So here's the tiger in the grass normally. You can see the clearly defined oranges and greens. Boom. Now it's actually camouflaged. And so this is completely useless in the context of Mecha Chameleon. But because, you know, you're not playing against dogs, you're playing against humans that are not colorblind, but you can probably figure out who's colorblind if you play like with the filter on. Like if you play colorblind and then color that way, you'll be able to locate people that are colorblind because they'll actually not be able to see you. You managed to outspeed Jet Dragon? Wait, isn't that the fastest PAL in PAL World? Okay. Peep this. Okay, more tigers. And so Broke is only applying this thing to tigers. Okay, but look at this. Like, just imagine this in the grass. But over the course of making this video, I realized that this doesn't just apply to tigers. This applies to everything that is red and green or brown. Or this applies to everything that's red, brown, and yellow. Oh, not anymore? Oh yeah, it's super fast. Okay. Here's the lion. So, reds, green, not reds. Browns, yellows, reds all move into greens. So here's now a lion that you're looking at. And when you put the colorblind filter on the lion, and so it's based on an LUT, which is, I don't know what LUT stands for. But it's a way to color correct, and I have one that specifically does deuteranopia. And as soon as it's applied, you can understand how a deer or I guess a water buffalo or any of the lion's natural prey would not be able to see this coming. Like this guy's just gonna destroy you completely if you're a buffalo in the savannas of Africa, and then you know you see something rustling in the grass, but you literally can't see its form. That's why I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. And this applies to, like, in addition to... Oh, what the heck? Let's do that. Like, this is every single cat. That's exactly what I'm saying, Nox. Colorblind people are prey animals. And so there's evolutionary pressure to not be colorblind. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, humans are not red green colorblind. Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. I need to practice my oration so I can do this properly. But I think the common scientific consensus is that primates evolved, you know, the third cone to perceive reds to assess for fruit, right? Because fruits and fruiting bodies are oftentimes orange and red and brown, right? An orange is orange, an apple is red, and that's what primates would be eating in the trees. But this whole red-green, and in turn, orange people are predators? Yeah, orange people are predators. Exactly, Nox. I actually have a picture of a person. So I applied this to animals and then people, because people are animals, right? And you have to ask yourself, why are people colored the way they are? Right? Because people are also colored in shades of browns and whites. And that's the best K? Yeah, Trump is in fact... Okay. Here's the jaguar. And like I said, it's not only the reds, it's the yellows, oranges, and browns. So as soon as you apply the color filter and you look at this branch... the jaguar, and the leaves, and the foliage are now one color. Oh, that's the best joke I came up with in weeks. Oh, yeah. You can save that one. It's predicated on real science, too. So here's the... Like, this is mind-blowing for me. This entire sequence of events. And I just started doing this off of Mecha Chameleon. Oh, I see what the issue is. Just need to move you here. A little bit of video editing. Never hurt anybody. And so even if you move away from the cats, like even the foxes do it. Like literally every animal is doing this. That is brown, red, or orange. Because here's a baby fox. It looks like all these transitions got messed up somehow. Alright, let me just fix this. Let me show you the here's the fox under here's the fox under the same colorblind filter. Like this has opened up the entire animal. Like I understand animals in a much better way now somehow. Which I think is really cool. Okay, there we go. So like here's a red fox kit in the same sort of situation, you know? For us it's orange standing out on green, but for its prey animals and then also other foxes, cuz you have to also like the tiger, the lion, the fox, like the canids and the felids are also red-green colorblind. So this is how a fox sees each other too. So when a fox is looking at another fox, this is what it sees. If you're like the mother fox coming back to see your child, this is what you're looking at. Which is crazy. It's like absurd to think about. And so... What the... Alright, something really weird happened with this. Everything got out of sync. But here's my dancing Five Nights at Freddy's guy. Here's the filter. And you can see how the skin does not actually match the skin doesn't match the texture of the or not the texture, the color of the grass, but it matches the flowers. And then the hair also is more closely resembling the grass. Because the hair is yellow. Or human hair comes in shades of yellow, red, and brown. Or black. And then the white skin doesn't really translate. So here's a brown guy in the grass. And then when you put on the filter, he's kind of disguised. And here's a croissant. Okay, I see what happened. I see what happened. Now that I'm looking at this. Yeah, the issue starts here. Does it extend here? Yeah, it does. So if I just transpose all of this here. Extend you back. This should be fixed. Here, I'll just pull up Fortnite Dancing Freddy Fazbear. Because I think it looks very funny. Over top of the game. Well, we'll get back to the game in a moment. I just need to finish this. I have to finish this, Yep, okay. And is this one? Nope, that one works perfectly. Alright, crisis averted. I'm just going to save and close that. So I just need to find a way, because there are different types of color, camouflage coloration, right? There's the ones that I want to talk about are mimesis, which is mimicking an object, crypsis, which is hiding, blending in with your background, and then also disruptive, which is the dark and light striping to break your outline. And I got a success with, I think, every single one of those types of coloration, but I just don't know how to explain it in a video that's funny, because I don't want it to be dry, like me just, rehashing what you could read in a textbook. So that's where my mind is at with that video. But when I figure that out, I'm sure it'll all, everything will come together and fall into place. But for now, we have this Korean flying gym to attend to. So, there are gacha elements in this game. And hopefully the volume is correct. I'm just going to give myself a quick listen to make sure the volume's correct. I'm getting more and more used to the sound of my voice. We're going to grab that XP, extra small XP candy. But I'm just trying to... Whoa, listening to my voice, it's not as... I'm not as used to it. It's actually messing with me. But yeah, we're at the right volume. Okay. Oh, I could have just done this, actually. One second. I see why the mic is, I see why the mic is peaking. We're just gonna have to go into filters. Maybe that's better? A little bit. Maybe it's the compressor output gain. No, I just decreased the volume by a factor of 10. We can do this. We gotta use our big brain. Alright, I'll play with this later. I just realized that was like super loud and almost clipping the mic. What if I do this? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so Noibat is not really that strong. The real starter of my team is the Scyther because it has Technician. I was fortunate enough to get Technician. And I'm pretty sure the first move is Gust, the second move is Wing Attack, but Scyther's Wing Attack is better because it has a higher attack stat of 105. And then also Technician to boost it up to 90 base power. So when we're using Noibat, we're actually kind of trolling a little bit. But you know, every gym leader needs a weak Pokemon to like get the blood pumping and get the battle warmed up. But here, you can clearly see Noibat is losing the exchange. Maybe I should be spamming Gust more. Our attack might just be super weak. Okay, that's a young goose. There's just something about Pokemon which makes me end up focusing a lot harder on the game at hand. I don't know, the game is just really, it really gets the neurons firing. And also, using a Pokemon that's as weak as Noibat makes it a bit of a struggle. This is a Smeargle. It has an attack stat of like 15. So I'm just gonna spam Absorb and try to get some healing off of it. Which... I think the Smeargle did more damage to itself with whatever attack it clicked. Oh, it's struggling. It's struggling. So the Smeargle is now struggling itself to death. But we're still going to try absorbing. So even though we were clicking absorb, we lost health in that exchange, and the Smeargle decided it would struggle. It will struggle to faint rather than sit through all those absorbs. Okay, so we're out of people to fight. What we can do is check for items. Tiny Mushroom? I think that will help us remember moves. That's what it's typically used for. Although if that would be the most effective, I'm not sure. I'm going to tinker with this more. We're in a tinkering stream now. But yeah, if you have anything you want to talk about, I'm free to chat as well. Filters, noise gate, compressor. What if I increase the gain? What if I just bass boosted? Like the song I posted. It has to be this output gain. And I think that should do it. Yep, there we go. Perfectly sufficient. I'm going to be tinkering with these voice settings until I get something I like. I'm really trying to min-max my microphone. But I kind of love this thing to death. I don't know, I've grown quite attached to it. Enough that it's like, oh wow, I'm going to have to replace it someday. Like, you know how when you have a guitar and you like try to tinker with said guitar? Well, for me, it's this keyboard. And tinkering with how it interfaces with my digital audio workspace. But like, you put so much effort in making a mundane tool do something that it's not supposed to be doing, and that's always satisfying. It definitely engages the brain. Okay. Let's see if I can find some tools on the ground that are free for utilization in sending this Noibat to space, making it the greatest bat to have ever batted. Because that will be ideal. Somehow I'm gonna make this Noibat the Batman. I think I called this guy Batman before. Like, what I've been doing is I've been going onto Google Translate. I've been going, putting in whatever I want, seeing what it translates to, and then using the robot to tell me how to input it. Because when you input... What would be... When we get the next Pokemon, I'll show you how the input system works. It's really interesting. Because each key on the keyboard converts to a character, and then you have to combine them to make your letter, your character, right? Like you're combined, like, you know how there's I think it's called a diphthong, the A and the E that will combine, like if you have a scientific name, or even some English words use A and E, like animal families do, like Corvidae is Corvidae with AE. It's spelt in English like that, but originally is it a diph? I don't think it's a diphthong. Diphthong. Oh yeah, okay. Hide ligature AE. So, you know, we don't really pronounce it. Like, pronunciation of the diphthong to AE is, like, super variable. So in classical Latin, if you were... I think it's classical Latin. If you were to take, like, Corvidae, right? We pronounce it today as Corvidae, like AE. But in classical Latin, it's Corvidae. You wouldn't... It's Corvidae because the V turns into a W, and you have to roll the R, so it's like Corvidae. I've been practicing that as, like, my fun way of fixing my Latin tongue, because I like rolling my R's. Brrr. But you can say Corvidae. Or maybe that's just me misinterpreting it. No, in the Bananarama song, Cruel Summer, they say daemons, which is, I think they do. Because it's AE. But more often than not, it's actually pronounced like E, right? So, demon, the original word for demon, is a diphthong in Latin, right? It's D-A-E-M-O-N, but it's pronounced demon. Or, well, in Latin, it would be diamond. But in English, it's demon, right? So there are a lot of words that do that. I think estimate also originates from aestimatur. That's the word I'm thinking. But like a pediatrician, someone, a pediatrician, the root word pedo is actually P-A-E-D-O. Which is, you know, in classical Latin, you'd say paido, I think. I don't know, I don't even think that was a word. But anyways, the point is that there's a lot of words that, that if you go AE with, that have their origin in AE. And you could probably think of some. You could probably think of some more that would show up. Usually in my brain, I have like a list of them. B-A-E, by... Oh, maestro. Yeah, maestro is totally a diphthong. Like the word maestro. So if I look up the etymology for maestro, I think it should be... Yeah, it's... Okay, it's Latin. Is the A-E a diphthong? Diphthong. In English it is, but it's a vowel team in Latin. Maestro. Maestro. Okay. I think I ran out of battles. I did scrounge around to see if, I did scrounge around to see if I could find anything worth picking up off the floor. Because that's what a gym leader is supposed to do. Scrounge the ground for trash like a little rat. Oh, look at that. I have no idea what it is that I'm picking up. Literally all I have to go by is the context of what I already know about Pokemon. And this is carrying me. We have 7 candies, so let's just dump it all into Noibat. Here, and then hope that this will fix its current weakness as a Pokemon. Okay, we have potions. We can potion up. So we have the Soothe Bell. None of our Pokemon evolve using Friendship or use Return, so that's useless. Destiny Knot, Lagging Tail, Floatstone, Tiny Mushroom, a Quick Claw. Well, Scyther's already faster. The key with Flying-type Pokemon is that they're fast, so I don't know if the Quick Claw is super useful. We have Honey, but I don't think there's a Honey tree that we can put stuff on. But okay. Let's go say hi to the gym leaders, Erica and Sabrina. We can't really talk to them. We don't know how to communicate. There's a bit of a language barrier, but you know, just the effort enough should be alone and not be an annoyance. You know what? I'm gonna find out what she's saying. Grok, translate that for Gemini, translate that for me. Oh, it's lagging, that's why. I just uploaded the picture like 100 times onto Gemini. That's no good. Okay, we're just gonna refresh the whole page. Put it in again. Come on. Don't lag on me now. There we go. This has been a really funny sort of interaction with the AI, because, you know, most of the time, even though it's a robot, I try to write respectfully. But I just feel bad, because I just put a picture of some Korean, and then underneath, I type English. And then implying that I want this translated to English. So I'm totally turning it into my translation slave. Hello, what brings you all the way to Celadon City? Should I try to butcher the Korean? What is the transliteration for the Korean? 안녕 가세요. 무지개 시티 가신 어떤 일로 오셨나요? That was really bad Korean. That was embarrassing. 안녕하세요. 무지개 시티 가신 어떤 일로 오셨나요? Well, that's the best it'll get for now. Technology is wonderful. Maybe there'll come a time where we'll have Google Glasses that will do all the active translation for us, so we can completely eliminate the need for a language, the existence of a language barrier. Granted, that would run a translator out of a job, but there's always sign language. And it might be a lot more difficult for a robot to convert sign language into... I don't think that's true, actually. Because you just read the motions. I'm sure if it can interpret vocal stimuli, it could probably also do motion tracking. But it'd probably be a bit more complex because of the type of data you're taking in. But maybe I just don't understand sign language as a language. Okay, it's nighttime, so I think, did we do our second round of Gamba? Nope, we're out of tickets. Okay. So I actually got into this game enough that to get to a promotion, but it looks like we haven't won enough games to get that promotion. Oh, there's an item on the ground. I'm pretty sure most of these are berries. Yeah, 37 orange berries, which, you know, aren't that useful in the grand scheme of things. Alright, let's go rest up. We are going to become the greatest... We are going to become the greatest trainer... the greatest gym leader in Korean Kanto. Personally, I actually enjoy playing the fan games from other countries. There's another one that's like Pokemon in with real-time battling. Maybe I can pull that up. I do have an internal repository of Pokemon fan games that I could probably draw from, if that's interesting. It's like a form of real-time Pokemon combat, and in real-time Pokemon battle Brazilian fan game. And I know they made real-time battling in Legends ZA, but that's not as fun as... Oh yeah, Pokemon Reloaded. What if I just set that to download right now? The last beta. And so I'm pretty sure Pokemon Reloaded is from Brazil, and I enjoyed playing this. I'm going to translate this to English. I didn't get far because the thing with a lot of these games from other countries, is that they're really expansive. They add a lot to it, and I think it's because they can get away with working on it for so long, because, like, what are they going to do? Get sued in their home country? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Okay, translate to English. I already had it downloaded, but I think the game corrupted. There's the link. It's quite large. But yeah, oh, oops. I accidentally canceled the download. Okay, so we're totally gonna play that later. And anyways, that's a fan game from Brazil. And what makes that one really funny is that in the title screen for music, they'll actually do covers of pop songs, which is hilarious, I think. Like, there's a piano cover of Wonderwall, or maybe it's in the music of Pokemon, like the Pokemon sound font, but it's just Wonderwall by Oasis. And it's just like, wow. You know, these other countries are doing some fun stuff. But this one's totally a deep cut that, like, it doesn't even have an English translation, so we're broaching new grounds of what it means to be a Pokemon master. The master of Korean Kanto. That is our goal. That is our aim for the day. Abra. So I have to be strategic. Okay, Dark is good against Psychic. We'll just do that. We have to be strategic with the Pokemon that we pick, because the general level should allow us to grab flying types that gain the flying type upon evolution. I wonder if I can look that up. Pokemon that gain flying type. I can probably... Well, you know, more interestingly, let me use my brain. Let's try and imagine what Pokemon get the flying type upon level up. Rowlet loses the flying type. A lot of these Pokemon that do gain the flying type gain it by the 3rd stage, which is around level 30 to 50. 50 in the case of a pseudo-legendary, like, say, Bagon into Salamence, or Dratini into Dragonite. Aerodactyl could be an option, because that's a flyer. Is there... what of our fire-flying Pokemon? Oh, that would be a great way to sort of get a handle on what Pokemon evolve into flying types. Just if I remember it offhand, what Pokemon fall within the designation of the different types, right? So like Steel Flying is Corviknight, and Rookidee and Corvisquire are pure flying types that turn into Corviknight. So that doesn't change. Flying is consistent throughout. Fire Flying, you have Moltres, you have Charizard, you have... Oh, I feel like there's one... Talonflame. But even in that case, Charizard is... Moltres doesn't evolve. You probably can't get Moltres here. Charizard is at level 30. So I'm looking for a Pokemon that gets the flying type at around level 20. So a 2-stage evolution, where the flying type is gained, which is a very reductive set. D-Knight is 50. Dragon Flying. Oh, Altaria. But then Altaria has Swablu, which is flying upon, you know, when it starts. Oh, Magikarp. Why didn't I even... Okay, we'll probably grab Gyarados. Which is perfect, because at level 20, you get Gyarados, which is a flying type. I'm sure there are others, but that is a Pokemon that fits that qualification. Grass Flying includes Tropius, Jumpluff, the Jumpluff Hoppip line, but then they're Grass Flying the whole way through. Did I do my gacha? I just did one battle. We have to continue the battle. If it's daytime, that means we haven't completed our battles for the day. And our daily gacha. So I think I'm going to load up on the small XPs for the potential Magikarp we'll get. I think after the promotion thing, I'll do a save, and then we can look at the different Pokemon. And then once I see them, I'll be like, oh, okay. Now I know what I'm working with. Alright, Machop. We'll just hit with the... we have a type advantage here, so... I guess it's weird to think about, but all of these guys that specialize in a type also specialize in a profession as well. So, like, you're... well, that's a worker, construction worker, and he has a fighting type. So this could be some sort of allegory that Pokemon has implanted into the game superliminally, not subliminally, because you can see it superliminally. And if that's the case, then they did a good job. But then if that is the case, what is a Dragon Tamer? Because Dragon Tamers don't exist in real life. Of course, neither do Psychics. Psychic Flying. Rufflet starts out as a flying type, and then it evolves into a flying type. Sigilyph is another Psychic Flying, so is Articuno. Water Flying. Nope, Mantike into Mantine is not... It doesn't work the way I thought it would. Because Mantine is, Mantine's water flying, but then Mantike is also water flying, so that failed. That's a failure point. Ice flying is just Articuno, I think. I don't think there's another ice flying other than Articuno. Steel flying, we already looked at. Electric flying includes Emolga, the flying squirrel Pokemon. Zapdos, Kilowattrel, but then Wattrel is also electric flying. Ice, grass flying has Tropius. If you guys know one, then feel free to share. Dark flying. Dark flying could be fire. You have Bombardier, that is a standalone Pokemon. Vullaby and Mandibuzz. Yeah, so we're just here to say hi to Erica again. Should I just translate the next line? English. Our city is famous for the Celadon department store. Transliterate. 조이 도스는 무지가 관점이 염용합니다. I have no idea what that means. Well, I do, but I don't know what words mean what. And I'm probably I'm probably doing something like, you know, if I were a Korean listening to that, I'd probably be a little perplexed and vexed. But on the plus side, practicing the language, just reading it like this, and then also listening, because I put it on Google Translate. Like, I take the actual words, put it on Google Translate, and then have the robot speak it out for me so that I can replicate it, the intonations and stuff. And in the process of doing that, I remembered that I could speak a little bit of French. Je peux parler un peu de français, but I don't really use it that much because there's no reason for me to. But, you know, after doing some readings and encountering French naturally, I've been enjoying leveraging that part of my training. And also listening to French music. Okay, let's continue training this Noibat. What is bat in French? Bête. La bête. I don't know, I just think the French R is one of the coolest R's to exist. And I know if people do a French accent, they can't do the French R. So it's something that even if you're in French class, you struggle to do. So it was nice to practice it out. Like, for example, rester is like a past form of rester, which is to stay. And then just like completely... There's like one word that has like 3 R's in it that's like super cool. There's one word for thunderbolt in French, foudroyant, that's super cool. I've definitely said foudroyant before. Sometime on stream. Oh, did we just... Okay, well, Noibat is poison, but it's okay. It's already purple, so I'm sure it's just par for the course. Oh, okay, we got super lucky there. Shell Bell. We'll just pick that up. I don't think the Shell Bell is a great item. It's kind of weak. But it does provide healing. I think I saw math somewhere that suggested that the Shell Bell is actually better healing than Big Root if you're using a move like Giga Drain. Which I think is pretty interesting. Alright, Poison Noibat. Or, well, it has a different name. And I do have a log of having named it thusly. If I just look up Vomer. Oh, it's all here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the Scyther's name is, it's the Korean word for the foramen spinosum. Which is, so you have your skull, right? And in your skull there are bones. Because your skull is made of bones. And one of those bones is called the sphenoid. And the sphenoid has features like the sella turcica, which is a word for the Turkish saddle. That's a tongue twister. Turkish saddle. Turkish saddle. Turkish saddle. Say that 5 times fast. But the sella turcica, or Turkish saddle, is like one part of it. But what really defines the sphenoid, and I think it's the sphenoid. I'm going to look this up so I don't spread misinformation. Yep, okay. What defines the sphenoid is its wing shape. Like it goes at the base of the skull, and it's weirdly wing shaped. So if you look at a picture of it, it will kind of look like it has, I don't know, angel wings, bird wings, some sort of winged apparatus. So I thought it was perfectly appropriate to name one of my Pokemon after this feature, because I'm the flying gym, and the Pterygoid, or not Pterygoid, the Sphenoid, the Pterygoid's a completely different bone on the skull. The Sphenoid has wings, but rather than calling Scyther Sphenoid, I called it the word for the foramen spinosum. And all your bones have these things, these holes called foramen or foramen, which allows veins to get through the bone, right? Because if it's just solid bone and the body needs to route blood somewhere, it can't do that because the bone is solid. So there are holes in your bones that allow for that movement, right? Like from inside your bone to out of it to transfer blood, because blood marrow is made in, or red blood cells are made in the marrow of your bones, I'm pretty sure. Either one of the blood cells, either red or white. So it needs a way to get that out of there, I'm pretty sure. So then the foramen do that. So, or, you know, you just need a place for blood vessels to get through to your brain, right? So in the case of the Pterygoid, not Pterygoid, Sphenoid. I'm getting all my words mixed up. In the case of the Sphenoid, it has a hole to allow blood vessels through, and one of those holes, they're all labeled different foramens or foramens. You can just look at a bone and see a hole in it and be like, oh, that's the X foramen. And so the foramen spinosum is on the wing of the Pterygoid, wing of the Sphenoid. Dude, this is why I could never be a doctor or a, you know, a doctor or an anatomist, because I'm just gonna mix up the names. I did this really badly in anatomy class, where I would mix up the clavicle and scapula. The scapula is your shoulder bone, and the clavicle is your collarbone. But then in class, I would confuse myself, and I'd be like, oh, is it the clapula or the scavicle? And sometimes I'd say clapula instead of scapula, and scavicle instead of clavicle. And that one totally messed me up. Whenever I make a mistake like that in crossing my wires for two, you know, similar things, it just happens on repeat, and I'm like, god damn it. But yeah, we're talking about the sphenoid. So the foramen spinosum is a hole on the wing of the sphenoid, I'm pretty sure. And that's a random anatomy fact. Yeah, it is. It's totally on the wing. And so that is what I didn't even, but I translated them to Korean to really immerse myself in the environment. So, Vomer, the Noibat's actual name here is Bosapio. Well, I'm gonna put it in Google Translate and have the robot say it so I can try and copy it. So maybe I should just refer to him by his real name. Bosapio. Busapyo. Busapyo. So this is Busapyo. But if I just did it in an accent, that's pretty funny. This is Busapyo. And this guy, let's see if I can. Myung. Okay. We're gonna teach ourselves a bit of Korean today for fun. Gyukumong. 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 This is Gyukumong the Scyther. And this is... I'm gonna have them both here. Boost up. Come on. Busapio. Busapio. So if we put both together... That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Put a space. So this is Busapio, then Busup. Dude, I'm gonna have you guys listen to this. I'm gonna have you listen to this so that you understand what it is, because my replication of the sound is not, it's not sufficient for you to learn the word. I don't know why I'm teaching you this word, but it's the word for Vomer. If I just add this. Okay, so how do I unmute this?
보습뼈 귓구멍.
So Busapio is the Vomer.
보습뼈 귓구멍.
Gyukumong. Gyukumong. So this is Busapio. Busapio. And this is Gyukumong. Busapio. Gyukumong. Gyukumong.
보습뼈 귓구멍.
Gyukumong.
보습뼈 귓구멍.
Busapio. Gyukumong. Busapio.
보습뼈 귓구멍.
Sounds more like sip. Busapio. 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 Gyukumong. It's like one word, but Busapio. Gyukumong. Busapio. Gyukumong. Gyukumong.
보습뼈 귓구멍.
Busapio. Gyukumong. Okay, so this is Busapio. We're just gonna do it anglicized. Heavily anglicized. Because I think that might actually be funny here. So, here is Busapio. Busapio. And this is, Gyukumong. Gyukumong. Busapio. And Gugumong. Gugumong. So when we get another member, we'll add to our little collection of the human skull, miscellaneous pieces. And I really want to get that coin case at some point. Maybe I already have access to the promotion thing and I just forgot. Alright, Busapio. 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 We're going to be practicing this for a while now. This is going to be unlistenable. Saying the same name, practicing a bit of Korean for 5 hours. Featuring Busapio, the Vomer, the Noibat, and also Gyukumong. I think which just means foramen, rather than the foramen spinosa. So if I were to look it up, will it point straight to the... No, this is wrong. This is not... The AI sold me. That's not what the thing is called. I looked it up. Wait, no, here's a picture. I think it just means poor. Alright, we have to fix Scyther's name. Because Vomer is correct. But I need specifically the foramen spinosum. So what we can do to correct for this is to Korean anatomy of sphenoid. Korean words for anatomy of sphenoid. This one's in English. Is there no Korean word for it? There's the foramen spinosum. What if I just called him sphenoid then? Phenomena 1, 3, lesser wing. Okay, so we're just going to rename Scyther Sphenoid. So whatever we learned just now is not, it's not valid. It's not valid. So skip the promotion. We got to correct this mistake here. Huh? Oh, I need to go to the summary screen. This is nickname. Yeah, so I'm starting to understand the buttons to click, even if I can't read the text. Which is probably how you would play this game as a kid. Okay, so here's what makes Korean writing using the WASD keyboard interesting, because... Okay, well, that's not... Why are they not connecting? How to type on Korean keyboard. I'm just going to ask it how to do this. W, J. Okay, so I just wasn't clicking the right keys. So you put in a character, then you put in another character shape that will start locking into the other one. So create a compound character, and that's how a lot of this typing goes. So if I press WJQ, I get that. GUD gets me this. GU and D. And then RHF. RHF will get me this last piece here. And this is insane. We have just typed the sphenoid in Korean, and I just gotta know how to pronounce this. So, Scyther, you are being redubbed now into a more scientifically accurate name. We'll translate. 접연골.
저편골.
접연골. 접연골.
저편골.
접연골. Okay. And now let's get Vomer. Helly? What the helly? Okay, well, you're renamed now. You're corrected. 무섭요. 무섭요. So, this is 접연골. And this is 무섭요.
보습뼈 저편골.
접연골. This is 접연골. You should, if you're CV struggle, you should try and say this. Try and say what the robot is saying. And see if you could do it better than me. Because I don't think I'm doing it justice. But this is Bu Sapyo. And this is Jabyungol. Jabyungol. The Scyther, the Sphenoid, which has wings. Even though the wings of the Sphenoid I saw in that Korean anatomy book were closer to a bat. And Noibat is the bat, and Scyther is the mantis. Okay, we're gonna check to see if we can do that promotion thing. Then we'll get a promotion. Nope. Okay, that's sad. Not yet. Soon, though. Soon we'll be all-powerful. Okay. I need to... Okay, so I know for sure that Vomer is now Busapio. 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 But now Scyther's name has totally been broken out of my brain. Jabyungol. 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 Yeah. That's his name. Jabyungol. So I'll try to say their actual names. I don't know if it'll be if it will be more respectful. Would it be more respectful to say it anglicized, or would it be more respectful to say it in a like actually trying to mimic the language? I don't know. Because usually I try to mimic what the language is saying, but that if you do it badly and they take you seriously, then they're like, oh, what are you trying to do, little bro? But that's not the impression I want to give off. Let's just collect all these things. There's a museum here. So this is usually where you get fly, but like the world has been built out like such that this is now a museum for the Hisuian Pokemon, which is pretty interesting. At any rate, Jabyungol. Is it, did I say it? Jabyungol. Yep, Jabyungol, which is the Sphenoid. Jabyungol. Jabyungol. Oh, wait, I just missed a shiny there. Let me just grab that. We have no use for it. It's probably just more orange berries that we can just sell for something or convert into juice. But we should be ready to take on our enemy now. Alright, Jabyungol. Jabyungol. Rush them with all your might. Scyther, we've been playing on the back foot for like the whole time. But now here with Scyther, you'll see how easy it is to just Scyther with Jabyungol, the Scyther, the Sphenoid. Jabyungol, the Sphenoid, the Scyther. You'll see how easy it is. I mean, we're fighting bug types, so, you know, it's a foregone conclusion, but... Abra. We have Fury Cutter with Technician, and this should be enough to just take it down in one shot. They can't use Teleport anymore, so... There's no worry. Abra is actually kind of nerfed by the fact that it only learns Teleport, because it does get TM moves. The minute you teach Abra any move from TM or Eggs or Tutors, like Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, it becomes really good. Well, in Gen 3. In later gens, you do not want to be teaching your Abra Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch. You want to be doing that before the physical special split. But the point is that Abra has a really good stat distribution, and it's ruined by the fact that it can only learn Teleport. So if you can teach moves to it that utilize it, like it can learn Psychic off TM. If you do that, then it becomes pretty strong. That's why it's really good in formats like Little Cup, which is a competitive Pokemon format where all the little tyke Pokemon duke it out like as if they were big. Oh hey Ragnarok, how's it going? This is Pokemon Wishing Star. This is I was watching CHZZK, which is the Korean streaming service, and they were playing this fan game. And so we're playing. There's no English translation. It's purely Korean, and you play as a gym leader, and it's like super fleshed out, like a lot of the other big Pokemon fan games. We just started. I don't know. Is there another English one that is you taking over a gym? I think the story was shorter, question mark. Like, this is super fleshed out. There's a gacha system, too, for items. But yeah, do you play Pokemon fan games? Right now, because we're a flying type gym leader, I'm saving up XP shares or XP candies for the Magikarp. Not really, but I like to keep track of them. Yeah, then this is a super deep cut because I only found this randomly by happenstance after watching a few streams on the Korean website. Let me see it. Let me see if I can grab you the link for your own archives. Pokemon Wishing Star. Because when you look it up, it gives you the Galarian Wishing Star item. Wishing Star Jirachi. Korean fan game. I totally forgot how I found the link to it, so let me just do that really quick. Nope, no idea. I have no idea. I thought this might be Rejuvenation because that seemed the most relevant. No, I've played a bit of Rejuvenation, I think. Or what was the other one? There's like two, right? Pokemon Rejuvenation and then Pokemon... Is there like a sequel? Those are like super long as well. Pokemon Rejuvenation. Oh, Reborn. I think I either played Pokemon Reborn or Pokemon Rejuvenation. I'm gonna find this now, because I should probably save the link. Maybe I should have looked up its... Oh, I know how to do this. Because I used Gemini to translate it, Wishing Star. While this is going on. I think I beat everybody in the gym. Let's see. No, I meant to search it. Okay, well, if you can find it, then I think it might be interesting. Right now, I can't really find it. Because I want to play the game, but it exists. And the reason why I know it exists is that I'm playing it now. Kind of like Discardies. I think, therefore I am. So yeah, Scyther is totally eating the opposition alive. We've also renamed it, and I've got it is Busapyo is Busapyo the Vomer the Noibat, and then God damn it. I'm trying to learn the Korean names for bones as a byproduct of playing this. For no particular reason. Just out of pure interest. Okay, Jubyeongol. So this is Jubyeongol, the Scyther, the Sphenoid. Eventually, we're going to get male. We're going to get promoted at some point. And then we'll be able to get a third Pokemon. But for right now, it is Mvusapio, the Noibat, and Jubyungol, the Scyther, the Sphenoid. And I think in another Pokemon fan game that I played, I based the names off of bones of the human skull. You specialize? Yeah, you do specialize in a type. I've chosen to specialize in flying. You're playing in Kanto as well. So I had to think about it, because when it comes to thinking about what gym type one would specialize in, it's a hard call because I like a lot of types. It's basically like picking what monotype team you'd want to run if you're playing competitive, because a lot of competitive players like doing single type runs. And I've just been gravitating towards the flying type because it accesses all the different Pokemon that I like, because flying is a really good secondary type. But I don't know, like the fire type would also be really fun to utilize, right? As a gym leader. Like I could see myself being a fire gym leader, a dragon gym leader, an electric gym leader, a rock gym leader, a water gym leader, an ice gym leader, a fairy gym leader, a ghost gym leader, dark, and and so on and so on. Because every type is fun. Even a bug gym leader, which is like Scyther would totally enable. But because I like all the types, having flying, because it's usually a secondary type, is really cool, because then I get like all the dragon flyings, the fire flyings, the electric flyings, the fairy flyings, ghost flyings, and so forth. I feel like flying types have the most dual stabs, but yeah, the idea is that like it was kind of hard to think about what type I would specialize in. Never really liked flying that much, the type itself. Oh yeah, like well, what do you mean by that? By which I mean to say, like, what part of the flying type? Because there are many things that one might dislike about it, right? Its defensive profile, the Pokemon under the type, or like the vibe of the type. Because I guess people do pick types based on vibe. To me, it feels like a slightly better normal type. It is very strong offensively and defensively. Like, as a type, because it blocks ground. I think I disagree with you a little bit there, because it blocks ground, it gives you a ground immunity, and then offensively it's only stopped. I guess you're right in that offensively it's only stopped by, like, rock and steel, which is the same as normal, but then you have to incorporate the defensive profile, and then also the stats of the Pokemon which are flying, because I feel like normal types have pretty bad BST. Not as bad as bugs, but normal is also an I type, but I think flying is far better than normal. But that's my personal opinion on it. Like, okay, the normal type has crazy moves like Boom Burst and Boom Burst, and I don't know what a good normal Blood Moon, I guess, is a normal type move that's really strong, but that's localized to a Pokemon. Every strong flying type move has to have a drawback, like low accuracy, because the minute you give a Pokemon a really strong flying type move, it becomes really oppressive, right? So Mega Rayquaza is a bad example because it's Mega Rayquaza, but it gets Dragon Ascent, and when you have a strong flying offensive stab like that, it just completely eviscerates Pokemon. And you don't have to worry about the ghost immunity. And flying does have the benefit of having super effective hits on, what is it, fighting, bug, grass. None of those types are really known for their defensive profile. But the good matchup into ground, the good matchup into ground is like super huge. Because like the ground type will pull up, ground is one of the best types in the game, by far. Like offensively, defensively, and flying has a good matchup into that. So just by virtue of that existing, I think that makes flying type valuable. But that doesn't really tell you that the type standalone is good. It just tells you that in context with the other types, it's alright. But that is like... I can still agree that, you know, on its own, like a pure flying type is really lame. Like Tornadus T and Corvus Squire and Rookidee are like the only pure flying types, and those are super boring. The only time flying types are interesting is when they're put next to a good primary type, or like you know, like a fire flying or a ground flying. That's the only way it gets interesting, which is probably the same for... Well, no, normals actually work as standalone types. Like Snorlax is good on its own. And normal types that have a secondary type kind of feel weird. Like Helioptile or Pyroar or I don't know, a Go-Goat is like pure grass. So the flying type lends itself in a way to dual types, which really kind of... I can see where you're coming from, where it speaks bad on the type itself, because it needs a secondary type to make it cool. And I mean, the best flying type move in VGC is Tailwind, which is a supporting move. And I'm pretty sure that's like... That's just like straight up true. There's no better move than Tailwind. Because every time I want to like a Pokemon like Charizard or Salamence, I moan because now I feel like it has more weaknesses. Oh no. Yeah, that is super true. Like, flying type really does add 4 time weaknesses up the wahoo, because it only resists like grass and grass bug fighting, which is what it's good against, and like those aren't the types you want to be resisting. Those are the types that nobody uses. But like Charizard is X4 to Rock, Salamence is X4 to Ice, and then Landorus or Gliscor, which is ground flying, is to X4 to Ice as well. So and Scyther here is also times 4 to 5. I can actually see, I completely see what you're saying here. Dude, they're also weak to everything. It's just a bunch of 4 times weaknesses. So they're still really hard to use on their own for like soloing stuff too as well. They need a, like, you can't run a Charizard without a ground type, I guess. Or you can't run a Scyther without someone to switch into. So defensively, these guys are going to get... If I run into a rock type guy or an ice type guy, I'm going to get steamrolled. And I have to bank on the fact that my offensive flying stabs are going to be strong enough to break through that, which is my only saving grace. Which is why it kind of makes up for the fact that you do add a lot of crazy weaknesses that are like, oh, now I have to worry about rock types, because the goal is that you have to feint them first. I don't know what the regulations are on using violent terms are on Twitch, honestly, so you have to feint them first with your flying type attacks or your coverage moves. So a lot of so if I'm running a flying mono here, if I'm being a flying gym leader, I have to play flying very offensively. And so I'm going to have to cherry pick Pokemon that either enable that offense or are like outright strong themselves to just start one-shotting everything. Like the Scyther here. It might fall off later, but that's neither here nor there. That's tomorrow's problem. Because this game operates on a day cycle. It kind of feels like Animal Crossing in that sense. Like, you just go about your day, you do your job. That's something I have a hard time conceptualizing or rationalizing. A lot of the games that I see on Twitch are just people doing their jobs. I know it's Kanto, but is it only limited to Kanto Pokemon? No, it's not only limited to Kanto. It has Megas and everything. I saw that on the stream. Someone was using, like, Mega for Alligator, which was super cool. So, we have a Noibat here, which is Kalos. So there are Mega Pokemon. If I were to choose to evolve the Scyther into Scizor, I would get Mega Scizor. But we can't do that because we're a flying gym leader. I think we get one Pokemon that's off-type to make up for probably weaknesses of the type, but I don't think we need that crutch. I think we can be pure flying and make it through because flying is really strong. We just need to build a hyper offense team. Okay, we're just gonna sleep it off. Yeah, grabbing a Gliscor would be nice. I agree. Let's see. What are we weak to right now? I think Gliscor would be cool. Aerodactyl, like a rock flyer. Or maybe Archen. If we want to really meme, if we want to super meme, we can grab Archen. And then Gliscor would cover the electric weakness well. We would still compound the ice weakness, but that's acceptable, I think. And then a steel flying type like, say, Skarmory would also be useful. So I'm kind of seeing... Well, Skarmory's defensive, so I don't know if a Mega Skarmory. Okay. Mega Skarmory would be fire here. I think Archen would be a little weird. Archeops would be funny. If we can get it there, but it's not going to be that useful. And I think I'd prefer Aerodactyl. And then Gliscor would be like a Toxic. If I can get Toxic Orb on a Gliscor with Poison Heal, then we'd be totally up. Because then we could employ degenerate strats that break the AI, like Substitute, Protect, Toxic. Imagine a gym leader, like with competent AI, and then all the gym leader does is spam Substitute, Protect, Toxic on Gliscor. That would be super annoying. But it would probably fit in with the personality. Oh, hey, Ophio19. How's it going? We're becoming the greatest Kanto Korean gym leader of all time. And we're discussing stratagems to achieve. What's up? Nothing much. We're debating our next Pokemon because we're close to the promotion rank to get a third one. We'll have to fight a gym leader, I think. So we have Boo. Wait, let me look at their Korean names. I have to type everything in Korean because it doesn't allow me to type English characters. Vusupyo. This is Busupyo the Vomer, the Noibat, and this is Jubyungol. The Scyther, the Sphenoid. I'm pretty well. How about you? I'm pretty good. We're Bing Chilling. Which is an inappropriate turn of phrase here because that's Chinese and this is a Korean game. But I don't know any Korean exclamations to use in this situation. So we are Bing Chilling. But it is very hot outside. Alright, I think we have battles to do. We're just going to use Busupyo. And we're going to watch the bat struggle. I really should have called him Sphenoid because that's the Batwing guy, but I'm kind of used to my Noibats being called Vomer now. Which is, the Vomer and the Sphenoid are bones on the human skull. And that's nice, glad to hear that. Well, that's good. I hope you're having a good day as well, if I hadn't said that already. Alright. Palafin. Okay. We can't let this Pokemon switch out. If it switches out, it'll turn into Super Palafin, and then we are going to get, we're gonna get choke slammed very quickly. Absorb is only 40 base power, because it's 20 times 2. With Stab, I think Wing Attack would be the strongest, but we have Weak Attack, and I think Palafin has high defense, so we're just gonna go for Gust. Well, how's your streaming going? It's going pretty good. Okay, we're confused. We covered a lot of ground today. In the beginning, I got to talk about cryptic camouflage, or camouflage in general. Because I've been trying to employ camouflage strategies, like actual animal camouflage strategies in Mecha Chameleon. And it actually worked, which is crazy. So you know like how a zebra is colored with black and white stripes? I colored myself like a zebra, and then ran into an area to hide, like that. And then I actually managed to disguise. I have it all on video, so I'm gonna make a thesis level dissertation on how to use animal camouflage in in Mecha Chameleon, which is really funny. But yeah, otherwise, playing this game has been pretty fun. Even if it's been like yapping and then playing a little bit. I think we're aiming for that, the loop is actually simple enough that you can yap while talking through this. Like, there's the Wiglet, it's going down, and look at that. Vusup Yo, the Vomer, the Noibat is actually going crazy here. He's super big. Did you hear about... Oh, I did not hear about Pokemon Persona. What's Pokemon Persona? Is this like a new thing that's announced, or is it a fan game? I think I've played a little bit of Persona 5, but I've never really played a lot of Persona before. Only that little dip in Persona, but I think I have the games on my Steam, so it's on that list of things that will be played. Like Pal World, which Pal World will be played after the Mecha Chameleon arc has been completed, and I've finished, you know, my little escapade learning about animal camouflage. Yeah, it's a really amazing and cozy vibe game. Alright. Let me note that down. I'll give it a look then. I think this game also has that cozy vibe. Well, I wouldn't know, because I can't compare. Something that I have no concept of. But this just feels like a nice, relaxing game where you just become a super gym leader. I don't know what Mega will use. I've been playing Powered. I haven't touched it since it first released. Oh, yeah. I played it on release, and I had a lot of fun with it. I heard that now you can't... I don't know if you... Like, there's spoilers for Pal World, but way back when, Orzurk was my favorite pal. And I had a whole... I went to the lava area, and I built a metal factory thing, and then I just spam bred Orzurk, so I had, like... I had this metal base in the lava zone with just, like... 50 slave Orzurks running around, and it was like the coolest thing ever. Of course, the base was non-functional because Astagon is super cool. That's the Aggron looking one, and Menacing is the Scorpion. Yeah, those ones are really cool. I like Blazamut and I like Orzurk, and I saw a few that were nearly released. That I'm interested in catching. Because I haven't touched it at all since its release. So that's been passively motivating me to finish the thing scripting on the Mecha Chameleon video. Yeah, tons of new ones. Oh, we ran into an item. We haven't gotten our promotion yet. I'm now curious how much of this game I played before that I got to that point. Yeah, we're gonna say hi to Korean Erica. I wonder, what bone of the skull should I name the next guy? I don't think there's another another wing-like bone on the human skull. The other one that could be cool is like the temporal. I spent a few minutes earlier today reading about... I found this book on the anatomy of the Corvus Corax, which is the raven, and it was written in like the 1800s. And this guy, he dissected, so it's back in the day when dissection was how we learned about animals. I mean, we still do in bio class, but, like, you know, that's very sad for the ravens that were sacrificed for the knowledge of the muscles. But he did a whole book on the muscle attachments and the muscle, and he did all the drawings himself, he did all the descriptions himself, and he even named a few. He named a few of the muscles and coined the term because back then nobody had seen the internal anatomy of the raven, right? So a lot of your muscles attach to bones, but in the raven and in birds, there are, or maybe humans too, there are some muscles that only attach to the integuments, which is the skin or like the skin, the upper layer, and not the bones. So muscles can attach to bone or skin, I'm pretty sure. But like, he had that, it's like a whole book on the anatomy, on the muscle anatomy of the raven, with those distinctions and with all drawings that he did. And I thought that was super cool to read through. And he actually drew on the work of Richard Owen, who did also another little treatise of anatomy on birds, but for the kiwi. And Richard Owen is the guy that discovered dinosaurs. He was the one that coined the term dinosaurs, which means terrible lizard. So that seeing his name in that random book about ravens was like, oh wow, I know that guy. He's the dinosaur guy. And he also did a treatise on the anatomy of kiwi. But yeah, that's what I was reading today. So that's how I got myself thinking about bones in the skull, because it starts with, well, the book starts with bones of the raven skull. I don't know if Raven Guy knew the Dino Guy or he just referenced him, because sometimes you do just reference the work of each other, but I feel like back in the day, academia or academics, like, you know, all of the intellectuals were like super elitist and talking to each other. So I think there was, that's a question worth looking up. Did the author of the Raven Anatomy treatise, Muscle Anatomy, no Richard Owens? Oh yeah, it's called the Myology of the Raven. Yeah, okay, you were right. He didn't know Owen personally, he just referenced his work. Because the Dino Guy, Sir Richard Owen, the Dino Guy had already, he was born 50 years before the Raven Guy. So it was like referencing a mentor. In fact, the entire book is in the public domain. I can just find you the book, Myology of the Raven. And you know, you don't need to read it or anything, but you can look at exactly what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, he totally knew. Or he didn't know, like, he referenced the work because it's what he learned from. He built on the Kiwi and then did the Raven. Let's see if I can find the Internet Archive. Myology of the Raven. Internet Archive. Here you go. It's really cool that, you know, all these old books are just on the Internet Archive for free. And they're like books from the 1800s. So that's something that I've been enjoying doing a lot. I don't know how popular reading is in the current day, but I'm a big fan, even at just ogling the pretty pictures. Okay. I don't know if we did our battling, but we can just imagine that. Just imagine that this is how I would behave as a gym leader. You know, if you think about it like that. Rather, I'm the flying type gym leader that just reads books all the time and gives you random lectures on anatomy of the Pokemon. Isn't there? There's a goal for flying type Elite Four. I don't dislike reading, but it's fallen lower in the hobby list. Yeah, I feel like that's how it's been for a lot of people, right? So unless you pick it up again, there are just so many other ways to consume information. I don't mean to bring in the whole aspect of time. But Back when the printing press was made, right? Like, there were ways to... I just need to make time for it, but other stuff grabbed my attention. Yeah. Like, I think it's just a mark of our time, right? Like, if you were to superimpose or just, like, take a YouTube video back to when the printing press was made and made that video compete with the printing press, I think the YouTube video might win. If both were released at the same time, in terms of being able to grab someone's attention. But I'm not sure. Maybe instead of that occurring, it would actually be... Oh, and this guy is a Snover, so we're in a lot of trouble. And there goes... And there goes, Busupeo. Busupneo? Okay, I gotta fix my, search Vomer. What I'm trying to say is I think books nowadays are kind of being, like, touted around or, like, claimed to be, like, this higher intellectual engagement thing when it's not really the case. Like, a bad book is just as bad as a bad YouTube video. It just depends on what you're interested in. As someone who reads books and also watches a copious amount of YouTube videos, because both are methods to access information. That's the way I think about it. I'm gonna scroll up. I'm gonna find Vomer. Oh, it's Busupeo. Busupeo. I'm putting this back in my thing. We're gonna learn this for no particular reason. It's more like I just don't know where to start again. Yeah, that's true as well. Oh, hey Mars, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Reading is about focusing on one topic. I think reels and shorts switch topics. Yeah, they do. It's super... Oh, you're on a 20 stream streak. Holy crap. I didn't even realize you've been a ghost this whole time. But yeah, if you're reading a book, I don't know how you can convert a book to something like a shorts that's constantly switching, like... Because a short is audio, visual, and... Well, it's audio-visual, right? Books are kind of just reading. Mortis. Oh yeah, Mortis, dude. That was a Mortis for... Pour one out for Busupeo. Mortis for Busupeo, the Vomer, the Noibat. The last Overlord novel, waiting for the next one. Overlord novel. What's Overlord? Oh, is it a light novel? Yeah, I mean, light novels are popping. Are they not? Yeah, the anime. Okay, I haven't watched the anime or light novel, but I know of their existence. Like, people still read light novels, and... Oh, did I just Fury Cutter? Okay, hopefully that faints it. Are you from, Croc? I am from Antarctica. In lore. I don't know if doxing myself would be an appropriate thing, but it's not. Don't worry about it. I don't think I should dox myself. So let's just say I'm from Antarctica. That's where I am in lore. I have a base in Antarctica, where I do my evil, nefarious, robotic overlord ruling activities. Or right now, I'm visiting Korea. But like, okay, if you also think about other books, like, there are still popular books out there. I don't know, it's just like, I think reading is definitely a luxury to be able to do, but then in the same vein, so is having an internet connection and being able to watch YouTube. Because, like, okay. Random page in this book of the Myology of the Raven has a very well-drawn picture of the Raven's foot. But nowadays, and think about it, if you're back in the day, right, and you have no idea about the world around you, and this is That's cool, impressive. Oh yeah, we're totally evil. We're totally on the side of evil. We're gonna do some world domination activities. You know, casually. It'll be excellent. But yeah. So, if you're back in the day and you're like a well-to-do man in the 1800s or 1850s. By the way, Kronk, what do you do for a living, if you don't mind? Oh. I think I'm gonna pass on answering that question. And I'll let you draw the conclusion from what that would suggest. But yeah. Okay, what was I saying? You're a man in the 1850s. You're a Lego man in the Lego 1800s, and you're playing on a Lego set. The only way you can learn about anything in the world is by reading, right? You're not gonna... Well, I guess you could go to a zoo, quote unquote. But like, if you want to learn about an animal, you cannot watch a video. You cannot... You cannot watch a... you cannot see a picture of the... You can't even see a picture of the animal. All you have is the book. So you have to read the book, focus, and then use your imagination to... You have to use your imagination to like figure out what is going on with this raven, right? Because the guy has actually hunted a raven, collected it, put it into a set, put it into his study, and then drawn it out and put it into a book. But today, if you want to learn about a raven, you can just look up raven on the internet and get a bunch of shorts that are describing it or talking about it, or videos, or you can go watch a documentary on the raven and its muscle anatomy, or you can probably go to school and dissect one yourself, which is another thing that's a boon of the modern age, right? That infrastructure didn't exist, because you have to think about it. Before that raven book was written, nobody had ever dissected a raven and looked at its biology to that extent. So they didn't even know. Nowadays, you can know because the books exist, and you also have the educational infrastructure to be able to do something like that, because we live in a time that values something, values that. We don't have to farm for food all the time. You know, I guess it's kind of shameful to be like, you know, I refuse to answer. Let's just say I'm a student. I'm a student. That's what I do for a living. Student activities. And most students are broke anyways. Did I beat everything? No, I fainted Busapio, the Vomer. So, rather than using it to validate and being like, it's okay not to read, I think it's just a more interesting thing to think about, where it's like, why have we shifted away from reading, and why do we watch so many videos? And I think at some level it has to do with the fact that, you know, maybe YouTube videos are better at sharing information than a book is. And that's kind of sad to think about. But yeah. I'm like 9,000x% sure that there'll be a room for books, because it does require immediate focus. But it is really it's really hard to get into, so you have to be like you almost have to be autistic about what you want to learn about if you want to really pick up a book, because that's when you're like, I need to know everything, because that's the only use case. Okay, I have to go. I recently completed my project. We'll meet again. Sounds good, Ophi019. I hope you have a great day. And thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Sayonara. Oh yeah, I learned of it. Hey, do you have a Discord? I do. You can join here. We get up to shenanigans. All right, what was I doing? Okay, electric type is another. This is why we would need Gliscor. Because if there's an electric type that shows up, we kind of just fall over. Because Noibat is not strong enough to handle this. I think you're a fighting type. We'll see. I don't know if Palmy, because there's Palmy, Palmo, and Palmot. I don't know if Palmo is the fighting type. So we'll find out with a quick gust. Okay, so we're going to be in a bit of trouble here. We'll have to rely on Absorb to take care of this, which is going to take a while. I guess if it really mattered, we could... Okay, we're just getting paralyzed over and over again, unable to move. Absorption. Okay, we're actually winning. Noibat, or Busupyo, the Noibat. Alright, I sent you a friend request. We can talk later. See you. Take care. See you. Nice to meet you. Have a great day. Alright, Noibat is about to faint. This is going to be horrible. I think it can live another Thunder Shock. Yeah, we made it. We made it. We got scathed a little bit, but we made it out. Boost up, yo. The Vomer, the Noibat is intensely powerful. If only we could purchase EVs to really cement its superiority as the #1 bat. The #1 flying. We'll be the #1 flying gym leader. We'll beat Lance at some point, and that will be a mark of shame on the entire Dragon bloodline. Because most of Lance's Pokemon are flying type anyways. And so to have superior flying types means to beat Lance. And then force him to go back into dragons, because he's encroaching on the on the sanctity of the flying type and its representatives. Yeah, we're out of we've beaten the enemy. But yeah, if you guys want to look up bones on the human, or not human, I guess vertebrate skull, and then give suggestions, I wouldn't mind. Because, you know, I'm kind of leaning towards zygomatic or temporal. Okay, do we really need to be scrounging for scraps? We have to. It's for completion. I think it's the zygomatic that's used for bone conduction audio. Yeah, the zygomatic does have the... It's right next to the ear canal. Or no, the temporal is. The temporal bone has the ear hole. But the zygomatic is like right next to it. But it might be... But that area would be used. Okay, so they might be... Okay, this is something really weird about anatomy. And I guess we can talk about it really quick. So you have the zygomatic bone, but then the zygomatic arch is next to... It's a part of the temporal. Or it's like... Zygomatic arch is a process that connects the temporal bone to the zygomatic bone. And the zygomatic process is a part of the temporal bone that connects to it. So it could be that they use the zygomatic process to get to the tympanum, which is the hole in the temporal canal, which I'm looking at a picture of the bone right now to explain this. So I'm not doing this off my memory. But yes, it's close enough that it could be used for... What is bone conduction audio even? That sounds cool as hell. Bone conduction audio. It bypasses the eardrums. What bones do they use? Oh, okay. It uses the zygomatic and temporal, so we're actually in the right area. So hey, if it's thematically appropriate, why not? Okay, this time the boss will give us a promotion for our excellent performance in the gym. I'm certain of it. Just a little bit of mail. Just a little bit of mail to tell us, okay, I totally got this promotion before. It didn't take this long. Is this a random chance occurrence? Okay, we'll just have to go and collect it. We'll have to collect sufficient items, and that way we'll be able to, you know, sleep soundly with knowing that we caught everything we could. Even though a lot of these are just more useful liquidated as money for purchasing of more useful things. I don't even know what we're picking up because I can't speak or read Korean. So it'll just be like a little bit of a gamble when we open the bag and then we see what we have in that bag. And if it's a picture I recognize. So what I mean by, you know, the language barrier being a bit debilitating is I look at this Noibat. The item, I think that item is a covert cloak, but I bought it off of a black market dealer. So it could be a black market evil cloak. But I think it's the covert cloak. But I'm not sure because I don't know Korean enough to read it, and I don't trust the AI to properly translate it because it's very niche sub-knowledge that requires knowledge of Korean and Pokemon and the Pokemon Wishing Star game. So my confidence that that is the covert cloak is actually like closer to 70%. Okay, we're gonna really quick, we're gonna see if I can get a coin case. Because I think what would make this, you know, what would make this game perfect is a bit of gambling at the game corner, because maybe we can purchase a Pokemon or an item that's actually useful. Because I'm quite certain that the game corner does function. More interestingly, does this function? This in Fire Red is a way that you can get a picture of your Pokemon on your trainer card. So hopefully by using that, which it didn't work. It didn't work, but I was hoping that if it did work, we could get a good snapshot of Busapio, the Noibat the Vomer, and Jung Gayo? What? Oh no. Jungle Gayo. I think that's... Oh, it's Jub Young Gayo. Jub Youngol. Jub Youngol. Jub Youngol. The Sphenoid. The Scyther. Jub Youngol. Yeah, so I'm gonna be real. The only one I'm gonna remember after like hours of playing this is gonna be Busapio, the Noibat the Vomer, if anything. But that's okay. That's okay. It's no, there's no test, so we could just practice this for fun. Okay. More fighting. And we haven't gambled at all. So let's see if we can use our stockpile of tickets to gamble for items that could be useful. And if we get the metal coat, we do not pick the metal coat because it actually ruins our game by making us unable to utilize Scyther in the flying gym. And what makes this, fortunate for us is that Scyther, Caesar, and Cleavor all have the same base stat total, just rearranged differently. And while Scyther has the weakest typing, I think it has also the weakest stat spread, because it's like weak and like a little fast, but a little bulky. Which isn't exactly... I don't know why Scyther's so weird, because... Cleavor and Caesar have like 130 base attack, they're slow and then they're bulky, but Scyther, I guess it trades off that attack for speed. But it's not even that much speed. Like, if it was 130 base speed, then it'd be like, okay, damn, Scyther, you're fast. But it's like 110, which is just okay. Okay, little Timmy pulled up to the flying gym with a Rattata. Well, I think we have to teach him a lesson. Something like this really lets you know how, like, the type of people that challenge gym leaders all the time. Because this is a normal team that someone would try to challenge the gym with, right? If they didn't have knowledge of Pokemon. Like, if you took your mother or your father with no Pokemon knowledge, and you, got them to play Pokemon and build a team, they'd probably do something like this. Which is a complete conjecture, but I think I'm correct. Like, everyone that doesn't complete a Pokemon game or gets stopped and gives up at the first gym are people that use teams like this. And I'm not talking about... I'm kind of talking about real people, but, like, the way that real people and people in-game would function, right? At a gym leader that's, like, applying a challenge. Because you'd, like... you play your game, you pick up your Pikachu. Like, if you're a trainer in Kanto, you pick up your Pikachu. You go to Brock, you get destroyed, and then you're like, okay, well, this game's hard, I give up, and then you go do something else. And if you were to do that, then you'd be this guy. So I hope I see them again. There's going to be repeat challengers. But I hope I see people challenge the gym again with stronger teams. Of course, when I rank up, I'll probably... These guys will be totally outpaced. They'll have to go somewhere else. I know in the anime of Pokemon, the gym challenge was super fleshed out. I think someone came on stream and they talked about it, and I learned from them about how it works. But it was, I don't know if it's verifiable or not, which is interesting. Okay, we'll continue the fight. Surely next time. We're just gonna totally win. Okay, that absorb did like negative damage. This is totally problematic. the Noibat is already getting outpaced. This is not good for little brother Vusapio, the Noibat, the Vomer. The Slowpoke is just cursing on us. We might actually lose. We might have our first loss. Alright, no, you did like negative damage, never mind. You probably used Withdraw or like Defense Curl rather than Curse, even though it looked like Curse. Okay, let's try absorbing. Getting some health back that we lost. Okay, 2 health. Covet. Alright, we're in dire straits. Alright, Scyther, save Noibat. Save Busapio, the Voimer. Busup... wait. Is that how? Busapio. Did I just do that off rip? Did I learn? Yeah, it is Busapio. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, learning is happening, baby. Wait, actually, didn't Beethoven, was it Beethoven or Bach became deaf? I think it was Beethoven who went deaf. Just reading that again reminded me of like how Beethoven, even though he was deaf, and that would kind of lead you to believe, oh, what the heck? Is this Razorwind? Okay, random tangent. That will be... Okay, no, first, even though he was deaf, he had like a thing he bit on so that the vibrations of the music would hit his skull and he could still hear it, kind of. I don't know how that would work because I haven't been in Beethoven's position. But bone conduction is like a very old technique then, if I'm thinking about it that way, because I don't know when Beethoven lived. Like 1600s, 1700s? It's like Bach, Beethoven, and Mozart are like different eras of music. Bach, Beethoven, Mozart. Baroque, classical, and romantic. Okay, Ludwig van Beethoven was 1770 to 1827. From classical to romantic. Huh. You know, okay, first of all, I'm like, yeah, I've heard that story. Is it true? I don't know if it's true or not. It might be an urban legend. Because I didn't check the verification of it. But if it is, that'd be pretty based. And what's telling me this is Razorwind is because it's 70 base power, it's a normal type move, and it's 100% accurate. But Razorwind might have a chance to miss because Sky Attack does. So I'm just gonna... say, is this Razorwind? Razorwind accuracy. Okay, so I was wrong. It's actually Slash, which is the other normal move with... Oh, Razorwind is 80 base power. Damn it. Slash is 70, Razorwind is 80. Was I... Okay, and we totally lost track. I was just talking about bone conduction in music. Okay, so we have Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, False Swipe, and Quick Attack. I don't think we want Slash. I think we would have preferred to have Double Hit if we were going to get rid of False Swipe, but I don't know if we'll be catching Pokemon or not, so that's why I want to keep False Swipe for that, even though most of the time it's a useless move. And anyways, we can get close combat if we really need to. I don't know how. That'll be a difficult prospect, given the challenge of the language barrier, but it should be possible. Also, we're just going to use our potions on Vomer. I don't want to go to the center. We need something to dump potions on anyways. Alright, this time, if we hit with the Gust, we should be able to win the bout. Wait, what? Dude, Noibat's damage output is, like, making 0 sense to me at all. Oh, wait, he just came back. Didn't we just fight this guy? So you're telling me we beat him, and then he immediately came back to challenge again after I gave that whole lecture about how this is not the team you're supposed to be bringing into a gym battle. And he's just going to lose again. That's very sad for you, my friend. Hopefully you'll be able to... Is this Air Cutter? I think... No, Air Cutter is 55. Base power. Alright, we can just... We'll just... Is it Air Cutter? No. Not Gust. Not Wing Attack either. Special? Huh. I'm not sure. Well, we'll just translate it. I feel like there's another air move that it is that I'm not thinking of. But alas, if I can't think of it, that's sad. What move is it? Oh my god, it is Air Cutter. Wait, when was Air Cutter 55 base power? Okay, so this just proves that I'm an old head when it comes to Pokemon. In Gens 3 to 5, Air Cutter is base 55 power. And then Gen 6 onwards, it's base 60. So, you know, I was right, but then also wrong because I doubted myself. Because I was like, what other move could that possibly be? Okay, we beat that same guy twice. So I did say I wish he would come back as a recurring challenger, and he did listen to me. But he just lost again, so I don't know. I don't know if that was the correct advice. Maybe I set him up for failure there. Because I would never let him win, you know. Because then I wouldn't be able to gotcha like this afterwards. We're just gonna collect the tiny mushrooms. I feel like they're more useful than the other items. Okay, gotcha's over. Like, you know, when I think about it this way, or when I think about it another way, like, the first Crooked Moon campaign is slowly approaching the end. Oh, that's a shame, Nox. Is there going to be a second one? Because I know you enjoyed that D&D campaign. Because you saying the first implies that there'll be a second. And if that's the case, then there's that you have to look forward to. Okay. As we were... I think this is the... Oh yeah, but it'll be a while until the sequel. Oh, that means that there'll be time for it to be set up to be fun, right? And you have it... You already have 500 hours in Pal World. I'm certain that that will be able to cover for the interim time. So it can't be all that bad, but I do understand if it's sad, because it's like letting go of a little world until it comes back again. Nope, no promotion. So how long is this gonna take? What steps am I failing to? What trigger have I failed to activate that would allow me? Did I not pay you enough money? Because this guy, okay, it's very funny because I have no idea what they're saying, and I think no. Okay, never mind then. Forget I said anything. Okay. So I can skip the dialogue, I can ignore all of the reading, and then enjoy this as a game rather than a story, right? Which I think is probably what a lot of games should strive to be doing, if they want to be games, because not every game needs a good story. Not disparaging the story, it's just that I can't read it. But it makes for funny setups like this, where this guy, all I saw is that he asked for like 500 won, and won is Korean currency. Or maybe like 2,000, so he just like... Random text, won, 500 won, yes, no, and I just said yes. And I have no idea what he's going to use that money for. So he could have just scammed me, and I would have no idea. But I have faith, Because he's just running around here, he's always here, so why would he do something like that? I don't know. No, you need your regularly scheduled amount of Leshy content? Alright, then just, How would you make up for that shortfall? Is there another outlet that you can use that would let you make a Leshy? Could you construct a Leshy in Minecraft? That would be pretty funny. Okay. Now, just a few more challengers and we can finally get that promotion and get a third Pokemon. Actually, it is super appropriate for a gym leader of the flying type to be studying mechanisms of flight. Because in addition to reading about the Raven Anatomy book that I had found from the 1800s, I also had this new paper. Well, when I say new, I mean modern, as in like it's written in the 2000s rather than the 1800s. And it's about the different flight mechanics of the pterosaur, the bat, and the bird, which are homologous or homologous structures because they're all wings, but they do the wings differently, right? Like a pterosaur will have a very, so like imagine your index finger, or maybe not your index finger, like your pinky or your ring finger, because the pterosaur has like the 3 fingers and then the extend. Yeah. So imagine if your ring finger extended like 5, or maybe not 5, like half a meter, and then you had a wing that was a membrane from that tip of your extended ring finger to like your midsection of the body. That's a pterosaur wing. If you splay out your hands, right, and you have your fingers pointed in different directions, but like in that, like when I say splay, I mean like spread out your fingers and then tilt them downwards. If you extend those fingers, like, I don't know, half a meter, and then build a wing by connecting the membranes to the tips of your fingers, that's a bat's wing. And then a bird's wing is if you like make a karate chop with your hand and extend it out, and then you just have feathers that are attached to that entire apparatus. Your feathers that are attaching to your karate chopped hand, and then you flap it like that. And so that's totally appropriate for oh hey Weshlandis, how's it going? It's been a while. Yeah, it has been a while. We're discussing flight mechanics as I LARP as the flying gym leader. So I think based on that, we actually need flight from every, represented by every species. So we can only have one bird. And so a gliding scorpion is its own flying machine. Bernoulli principle. Is that lift or is that, Bernoulli's principle states, I remember it vaguely from school, but... Oh, it is lift, okay. Oh my god, it's math. It looks like a p squared 1/2 pv2 squared plus pgh squared, or pgh sub 2. P sub 2, oh, it's sub 1. So you have, it's an equilibrium? As its speed, oh, its speed is related to its pressure. So if you slow it down, oh, okay, I see. Yeah, high pressure wants to meet low pressure. So if you have a way to reduce the speed and the air on the top is flowing faster, I think faster, is it, what's the is it is it inverse or direct? Okay, as the fluid speed increases, its pressure decreases. Random tangent, we're the flying gym leader, it's thematically appropriate. Flying machine, you have the wing, it's going fast. Faster on top creates low pressure and high pressure on bottom. So then what happens is low, yeah, and pressure always wants to equalize, so it'll go from low to high, just like osmosis. So then you have lift. That's cool. I don't know the exact math, but that's how the wings work. Dude, I saw this guy that was just making paper airplanes, and he's like a master of paper airplanes. Season 1 is basically Leshy and Murphy maturing into his fleshling chimera god, and Season 2 has us return to Murphy's hometown over 130 years after he left. Huh. So, is Season 2 completed then? When I look at Bernoulli's principle, when I just look it up, it actually shows... It's crazy how, like, the picture of it doesn't make you think immediately that you can apply this to a wing. Like, the application of a principle is so much more different than... it's much different than the, you know, learning and creation of it. But I guess you just need an experiment to prove that as speed increases of the fluid, and air is a fluid, much like water is a fluid. As speed increases, the pressure decreases. Increase fluid speed, decrease internal pressure. That makes sense now. Oh, Season 2 would be the next campaign. Okay. Season 2 has us return to Murphy's hometown over 130 years after he left. Well, depending on the lifespan of the organisms that exist within it, it could be sad or it could be fun. Who knows? We still have more battles to complete. What would possess an... I mean, anyone can challenge a gym at any age. An Esper. We can chomp that. And do 0 damage. Oh no. Oh dear. Maybe it was a mistake to pick Busapio, the Vomer, the Noibat. But we don't question it. We needed a bat, and we have a bat. We have a bat swing. In fact, you can even see it on Vomer. Wait a minute. Can I just show you? If I were to pull up Vomer's wings, or Busapio, the Vomer, the Noibat. No, it doesn't have enough fidelity to show you that the wings are... In fact, Noibat does not have a bat's wings. That's not a bat's wings. Alert. Alert. Noibat is actually a pterosaur. Those are pterosaur wings. Those aren't bat wings. Because you can see what I was saying, right? If you extend your ring finger and you extend that out, then you create the wing. And then you have the hand at the top. Well, I guess it's a dragon, right? And dragon wings are actually bat wings most of the time. Most of the time, if they're not bird wings, they're bat wings. Pterosaur wings are not dragon wings. Ibsmouth used to be a tiny, secluded fishing village, but now it's a giant harbor town in the center of the old marsh region. What the hell is an Ibsmouth? Ibsmouth. Is that a mythological place? Pardon the vulgarity. Nope, we don't need to scrounge. At this point, I just need that... I need that upgrade. I need that second Pokemon. Busapio, and then... Jungsungol? Is that what it is? No, Jobyungol. Jobyungol. We're never remembering this. We're gonna have to do this every time. Jobyungol, the Sphenoid, the Scyther. Yeah, Parasol Lady. Stintic too mad? No. What has you perturbed, Nox? I know what has me perturbed. The ice type that has just been presented in front of me. Alright. Busapio, the Noibat, the Vomer is actually winning? Ayo. And this is just what we needed. And it's Snover, who is weak. Alright. Good try. You are 4 times weak to ice. So if we do pick up Gligar, because we'll get the first stage. All we need to do is roll a Razor Fang on the Gotcha, and that should allow us to get an early Gliscor. But I don't know how we'll get that Gliscor to have Poison Heal, which definitely makes it very viable and very annoying. But I'm going to look at Gliscor's wings. Those are just, like, attached to this. So it's like, I think Gliscor is an arthropod. What am I saying? What am I saying? It's a scorpion. All scorpions are arthropods. The reason I'm saying that is because the animals that have multiple appendages, like more than 4, are your arthropods because they're segmented. And Gligar does, and Gliscor do look segmented. Well, in Gligar's case, it's actually a bat. Kind of. It's just weird how Gliscor, the claws are then detached from the wings. 1, it's pronounced Ibsmith, and 2, it's Murphy's hometown. Whoopsie. I didn't mean to transgress on Murphy's honor there. Whoopsie. You have to apologize for Leshy. You have to apologize to Leshy for me. I can do it in French if you need. Je suis très désolé. Je suis très désolé. I can't do it in Korean though. Maybe there's a French Pokemon fan game where I can be the greatest French gym leader of all time. But we'd pick another type. Okay, so it looks to me like we're out of challengers, so we can Gotcha again. I think the fact that we haven't gotten, you know, we haven't gotten that promotion yet after beating so many trainers is a little weird, but, you know, that'll be fine. That'll be totally fine, because at the end of the day, we don't need that. You're apologizing in French to a British... Je suis très désolé, monsieur. Bah... Oui, tu... Voulez-vous manger une pomme de terre? And that's me saying, I'm very sorry, mister. Would you like to eat a potato? I don't know. That might be an idiom. But I'm not sure. No promotion yet. But like I said, we don't need that promotion so long as we can dissect like an infinite number of Noibats that aren't Busapyo, the Vomer, the Noibat, to understand how its flight mechanics work. So we can create the greatest Noibat of all time. The greatest Busapyo. And it'll be over the corpses of every other Noibat that we encounter. Now, if only we could get a Sharp Beak. Or if only Noibat could learn Dragon. This is like the weakest Dragon type, by the way. I don't know if there's a weaker Dragon type. Because even Goomy gets like Dragon Breath or something. But like, what does Noibat even do? What does Busapyo, the Vomer, the Noibat, even do? That just makes Noibat... Doesn't this make Noibat so weird, though? Like, this is a bat Pokemon that has bat wings, but it's also a dragon. But it's not even... It has pterosaur wings. It doesn't have bat wings, even though a dragon should have bat wings, and a bat should have bat wings. And it's a bat dragon. So... The base network would like to understand why Noibat, the bat, and the dragon, both of which characteristically have bat wings attached to them, is carrying a pterosaur wing. Yes, Nox, that would be true, but this would imply that Noibat is simultaneously a bat, a dragon, and also a pterosaur. Because these are not the wings of a bat. And, you know, after dissecting 50 Noibats in my brain, I refuse to believe that Noibat is a bat anymore. I don't think Noibat's a bat. That's my conclusion. I think it's some form of tailless pteranodon. And that's scientifically provable when you look at the morphology of its wings. It doesn't even have, like, okay. Noibat is a flying mule. Next, no, it's a pterosaur. It's not a mule. Noibat is not a bat or a dragon because its wings are not bat wings. So I don't even know what we have here. This is an anomalous Pokemon. This is an incomprehensible enigma. What even is this? I'm staring into its eyes right now, and I'm really questioning what I'm looking at now because my worldview, my conception of science has just shattered. Because I am looking at a bat dragon that is neither a bat nor a dragon morphologically. And that's okay. And that's okay. You do you, Noibat. You do you. You'll still be able to beat the enemy trainers all the same. Fortunately, with the covert cloak, Noibat cannot be frozen by a stray blizzard, if it was ever fortunate enough to survive that ice attack. Yeah, yes, in a world with magical animals where you can befriend Satan itself, you question the purple bat. Yeah, well, okay, logic. Logic. In the game, Satan is usually called Satan. Giratina is referred to as Satan and has 6 wings, and 6 is thematic in its design. So you know it's Satan. But the bat, which calls itself a bat, and a dragon, which should have bat wings, is not a bat. It's like false advertising. Now I can't even say that I have the bat locomotion on our team. Because it's just factually incorrect. I have a Pteranodon. So what this means actually is that I can't even recruit Aerodactyl. Because Aerodactyl is a Pteranodon, or a pterosaur. But the slot of pterosaur flight has already been covered by Noibat by being a sleeper agent for the pterosaurs and then LARPing as a bat. But yes, it's absurd that this is the questionable thing. But no, Giratina, Satan, Giratina. You know it's a demon. You know when you look at it, that's a demonic entity. You know Darkrai is doing some heinous stuff. It sort of lines up, but I'm sure there are other morphological inconsistencies. Maybe that's why Noibat is such a bad Pokemon. And there's Mareep. Because it's not a bat. It's a bad bat. I'm gonna go grab some water really quick. I can feel my throat is getting hoarse from talking so much. I'll just leave you to ponder about the nature of Noibat's state as a bat, because that is now the conclusion of the stream. Noibat is not a bat. Yes, Noibat isn't bad, but Noibat is a bad bat. That is the thesis of this stream. Noibat, while not being bad, is still a bad bat because it's not a bat. We're gonna have to switch to Scyther. We're gonna have to Fury Cutter through this. I didn't realize electric types would be so problematic as well. I think maybe, well, no, even if you're flying grass, you're still quad weak to ice. So what type would even be the best slot here? That allows you to deal with electric types, but then not job to ice types. Is there, what flying types get Volt Absorb or Lightning Rod? I think it might actually just be Skarmory. And then we compound the weakness to the ice type, and then just hope Scyther can attack it first. Oh, that's what I said before. We can't be thinking defensively when we use flying types. The ideal flying type gym leader is offensive, spamming Brave Birds and Earthquakes. So I think we need another offensive powerhouse. Do we have a paralysis heal? No. Maybe we can gotcha for one. I have high hopes. Yeah, let me get Landorus Therian. Dude, you know what would make my flying type team perfect? Landorus Therian, the flying cat. And we're just gonna forget about flying mechanics there. That's where the fantasy. Well, you know what it is, right? It's riding on a flying cloud, a Nimbus cloud. So even that kind of makes sense. It's not really false advertising the same way that Noibat is false advertising. Okay, gotcha. Paralyze heal. Oh, there it is. There's the paralyze heal. Just what the doctor ordered. Oh, we got 3 of them. You'll see when we get to our dream sequence after the promoting game. We'll have our free choice. I might actually save and then do resets, because what makes it weird, like super weird, is that not all Pokemon start out as... they don't start out as their type, right? Like the flying type. Some of them evolve into it. So like if I want a Magikarp, I wouldn't go to the water type area. I wouldn't go to the flying type area. I go to the water type area, then grab Gyarados. But I don't think Gyarados is the correct Pokemon here. Alright, Wiglet, why are you doing this? We're just gonna have to switch. We've been forced out by... Wait, how are you hitting me with Sand Attack? Shouldn't I be immune? Hold up. Gooey. Next one. Okay, I don't know who this guy is. This is a random thief. With a coughing. Coughing has high base defense, so Air Cutter should be able to cheese through this. Yep. As predicted. A Geodude sitting in a cave. Is Geodude made out of cave, or the cave made out of flesh? Geodude screams, for it does not know. It does indeed scream. Okay, this time for sure. And if it's not happening, then... It must be. It must be some sort of... trigger that I haven't hit. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. My cadence is very robotic today, which is perfect for what I'm trying to achieve. Yeah, I have my ticket. I'll be able to gotcha twice on the day following. Later. We're gonna play some music now to express how happy I am at this turn of events, because this mail, I remember it. This is the promotion mail. I don't know if you can hear it. Anyways, that concludes our celebratory musical component of the stream. Because we've achieved our goal. Alright. I'm completely out of patience. We're just gonna go, we're gonna gamba for our dailies and our ticket, and then we're gonna do the thing. And I already know how to do this because I lost my save data because I griefed. And I evolved my Scyther and made it not flying. Okay, we're gonna get the XP. So now we get to decide. Oh, I didn't get the letter. Oops. Okay, now... Boost up Yo, the Vomer, the Noibat, and Jub Young Goal. I did it. Jub Young Goal, the Sphenoid, the Scyther. I'm ready. I'm ready for my battle. Also, I realized I was supposed to battle my trainers today, so... I guess the gym was closed because I had to do a gym battle. My own gym battle to rank up. Let's go, Noibat, let's go, Voos up, yo. Voos up, yo, the Vomer, the Noibat, who is not actually a bat. That's a title, that's like a Spanish title. Because, you know, I was reading Candide by Voltaire, and he was a little memester. And when he brought up the Spanish guy, he gave him like 50 titles. But hey, Candide found his way to El Dorado in the process, so who can really fault him? Just like Noibat, just like Busapio is going to succeed here. With very little struggle. We might struggle against Surge and Lorelei. But by that point, we'll have a Steel type and a Ground type. I'm really thinking Mega Skarmory is who we're going to go for our Mega here. Because we have the ability to access Megas, and we want a Flying type Mega. And I don't know if I want any Pokemon other than Mega Skarmory that's a Flying type. It could be Mega Charizard Y, I guess. But I always run that guy, so maybe it's time to switch it up. But maybe not. Hold on. Lizards don't have ears or fur. Noivats have both. Or Noibat has both. That's true. Lizards do not have ears nor fur. Ergo, it's a bat. That is a great argument. My counterpoint? Dragons have fur. Because, remember, Noibat is a bat dragon. And dragons, the mythical dragon creature, has ears and fur. But the dragon still has bat wings. The dragon still has bat wings. It does not... most conceptions of dragons have them. Dragons with pterosaur wings. None of them. You look up a dragon with pterosaur wings, you get a pterosaur. You do not get a dragon. If you look up a dragon wing, you get a bat's wings. So the dragon component can totally explain. I'm not breaking. I refuse to accept Noibat as a bat. I'm standing firm on this. I'm gonna die on this hill with my bat. But Noibat is not a bat. The dragon can explain the ears and fur because dragons have ears and fur. The dragon cannot explain why he has pterosaur wings. So this might be, put another way, look into his soul. And this could be the most creative dragon of all time, because it's the only dragon that you've ever seen with pterosaur wings. It's more of a bat wyvern. Even a wyvern has, like, pull up Smaug. Here, you know what? Before we can, let's give a think to what Pokemon we should grab. While I pull up my argumentation. So, the depiction of Smaug in the movies is as a wyvern. So just imagine for a moment, Smaug is always a wyvern. And let me add an image here. How do people do this? I'm gonna grab paint.net and I'm gonna do it this way. This is probably the best way to do it. Okay. Batwing bones. There we go. Alright, so this is a bonus. This is a bonus because here you can actually see the Batwing developing in the embryo, which is really cool. So this is, how do I get this on stream? When I think of wyverns, my mind goes to Monster Hunter. That's true as well. Like the Barioth is, okay, I'm gonna pull up the Barioth's wings. We'll add the Barioth. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Barioth is not a dragon. The Barioth is a pterosaur. Well, I'm constructing my argument, and I'll be able to draw everything around it. Who else do we need? Rathalos? Oh my god. No. Here the Rathalos is totally... The Rathalos is a bat. The Rathalos is a bat. Okay. Here we go. Bonus time. No, they're not wyverns. They're not wyverns. Barioth is a pterosaur. Rathalos is a wyvern. Smaug is a wyvern, but I refuse to acknowledge the Barioth as a wyvern now. I need a pterosaur wing. You hang out here, so we can compare you easily. Alright, is everything in order? Okay. Argument. Logic. Neither Noibat or the Barioth are dragons. They're actually pterosaurs, and pterosaurs are not dragons. Maybe I need Aerodactyl to prove this point. This isn't indefensible. Nope, it's totally defensible. Nope, it is 100% defensible because Aerodactyl is actually a pterodactyl. Alright, we need him too. Have all the pieces been put into place for this argument? Yes. Is this going to make sense to anybody but me? No, but the logic is inarguable. Okay. Window capture. Add existing. Where's my... Why are you not showing me the image itself? There we go. Windows 10 and up. If I move this down here, there we go. All right. Lecture, argument time. Look at everything I've pulled up here to show this point. This is everything I need. Okay. Can I pull this off? We have a few things here. We have a few things here to look at. Where's my... I want to be able to see the chat while I do this. That's like... No. It's not like comparing gorilla... Okay, well... Wyverns aren't dragons, they're impure descendants of dragons. That's like comparing gorillas with... Well, lemurs aren't impure descendants of gorillas. What's the purest primate? I can kind of say... Of course... No, he's not a wyvern. Barioth is not a wyvern. He's a pterosaur. Wyverns have bat wings. There is no wyvern... Like, I don't think Aerodactyl is even a wyvern. Aerodactyl is a pterosaur. Like, if I were to look up, is Aerodactyl a wyvern? Okay. Alright, so... In fact, I'm taking this too. Because here you could see the AI is just wrong. The AI is just straight up wrong. Yes, Aerodactyl is widely considered a wyvern. Monster Hunter, everything's either a dragon, wyvern, fang, beast, or bug. Yeah, so there are no... So, if you include dinosaurs, you exempt the dinosaur ones from being dragons. Alright, we're going to start here. We're going to put this up. Yes, Aerodactyl is considered a wyvern. By mythological definition, a wyvern is a type of dragon with 2 wings and 2 legs. Because Aerodactyl has exactly 2 legs, a pair of I need this to be in red, and I need this to be bigger. A pair of bat-like wings and reptilian draconic build, it fits the creature classification perfectly. See how a pair of bat-like wings are integral to the classification of wyvern according to this AI? So it's right about that. It's wrong about Aerodactyl because you look at... Let's remove this. Here's a bat's wing. And it's what I was saying before, right? The wing is formed by the digits. People get really... You know, I am people, by the way. People get really crazy about their dragons. Hello? Oh. So we just gotta have a layer up that's visible, which is our markings over top. Okay, look. These are these are its fingers. These are the fingers of a bat. So you can see the small finger here, right? So it has only one finger and one little nook here. and then the rest of the fingers cover the rest of the wing. Here you see Smaug. This is actually a fake picture of Smaug, because this arm connects to the base, but the wing actually connects to his back, and that's pointing at the Rathalos. But the wing of Smaug is actually bat-like, because you can see the way it's extending out like this. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Never mind. Wait, I was right. I was right. Because you can see, even though he just has multiple, he has polydactyly. I think polydactyly is what? Polydactyly and... Polydactyly and whales. Oh, hyperphalange. Okay, never mind. That's a complete tangent. Okay. Bat wings, all fingers. A pterosaur wing, conversely, the fingers are actually here. And it's a single digit that extends out like this. Like, this is one. Here's a phalange right here. Here's another phalange. Or phalanx. Phalanges is plural. So here's a phalanx. Here's a phalanx. Here's a phalanx. All the way to phalanx 4. And that's one single finger, rather than... And the membrane is all based around that one finger, rather than, you know, the 3 multiple fingers of the bat. And according to the AI, having bat-like wings is what makes a dragon a wyvern. So you can see Aerodactyl here has that actually extended digit, right? And there are its fingers, right? So Smaug is being really weird here by having... Well, no, he's not being weird, because the wing is formed by multiple... You can have multiple digits if you're a fantasy creature, but the wing is not formed by a single extending digit across, which is pterosaurs. And, you know, to qualify that statement, if we were to include dinosaurs in the classification system, or pterosaurs of Monster Hunter, it would actually exempt Barioth from being a dragon, because this would be classified as a pterosaur. But within the system of Monster Hunter, it is a wyvern, because they don't have the ability to account for pterosaurs. But if you look here, this is actually an extended digit. There's the rest of its fingers right there. And it has one digit that's extending, and the entire membrane is formed by that extended digit. So that means that the Barioth is this, which is also this. But you look at Rathalos, which is the pterosaur. You look at Smaug and the Rathalos. Here's the single digit of the bat. And you can see these bumps or nodes or like ridges in the wing are actually the bones of the other finger. So this would mean that Rathalos is a bat and is a wyvern, because bats and dragons, dragons are bats, but dragons are not pterosaurs. So let's circle what's key here. This is key here. This is important. Oh, and also, just for fun, here's the development of a bat embryo as it grows. This is a mouse, and so you see the normal fingers of the mouse. Here's the bat's fingers. This is like some conspiracy theory red tape, but it's true. I'm correct. I'm correct. Here's the important part of Aerodactyl's hand, right? Single digit, extending, but the rest of the hand is there. Here is the Barioth, the key part right here, and then right here where the membrane attaches. And then right here is the bat's wings. And then Smaug is like super weird. He's super weird because he has... He wants to have the pterodactyl hands and the wings, but since we're defining it by the way the wing is formed, this hand actually does not matter. The hand does not matter, it's how the wings are developed. And the wings of Smaug do this. So, when you look at the evidence presented like this, and By the way, I'm gonna pull up Noibat. Noibat, get in here. You are not a bat. Oh, the reason I pulled up Smaug, and this really ties everything together. I need a straight picture of Noibat with its wings out. Noibat, no background. Noibat sprite. Here we go. Okay, here's our Noibat. Here's our organism in question. And if you okay, we gotta make him bigger so I can actually circle the important parts. Put him. All right, let's look at the offender in question. By all known laws of abbreviation, Barioth should not be able to fly. Barioth, however, flies anyways, because Barioth doesn't care what humans think is impossible. Indeed, the Barioth does not care about all of this. It's just gonna fly anyways. But the Barioth is a pterosaur, and that cannot be... If you were to classify dinosaurs and pterosaurs within Monster Hunter, the Barioth would no longer be a dragon. Just take that in. Just take that in. This is not a dragon anymore. This is a pterosaur. So anyways... Looking at Noibat here, what you see, which is super important, I'm going to make the brush size smaller. There are your digits. There's the rest of your Manus. And Manus. Which is I think it's Latin for hands. So you have Manus and then Pez. This is Pez. And this is Manus. And then you have the extended digit. Extended digit. And so this would suggest that Noibat, despite being a bat, and despite... Okay, so it's still a dragon. Noibat is actually a dragon. Okay, I can concede the point that Noibat is a dragon, because you can see how Smaug has fur and ears, and Noibat has fur and ears. So having fur and ears is a draconic... You get eaten... Yeah, I would. I would literally try to walk up to a Barioth and be like, oh, yeah. Yeah, let me see that. Let me see that wing of yours, and then it would just eat me. That's researcher behavior. Unfortunately, that comes with the territory. I heard coyote... There was one time I was walking around at night, and I heard coyotes making noises, so then I walked towards them. And I think that was a very silly decision in hindsight, but I just had to know if the coyotes were there. And I found their footprints the day after. And the way you know it's a coyote's footprints is because they're going to be very close together. A dog's footprints will be far apart. Because wolves and coyotes want to be very economical with their motion, they actually keep their legs together. You what? Don't ask. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Noibat and bats. We're talking about Noibats and bats right now, and how Noibat is not a bat. A hunter does not question, he simply... that's what separates a hunter from a monsty tamer. What? Are you just a handler? I could be. I could be. Dude, it was fun. I didn't see them. I didn't do anything crazy risky. I've done... That's a story for another time. Let's not... Okay, Noibat. I totally want to ride a Devil Joe. That'd be fun. Come on, would you want to ride one if you could? I love Monster Hunter stories. Alright. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, these are draconic traits. You have the fur and the ears. This is the dragon part of Noibat. That's draconic. The fur and the ears, because... Hell no. Dude, doesn't that thing roll around and stuff? That'd be so fun. Okay. So, the dragon is giving the Noibat the fur and the ears, but... This is not a bat's wings. This is a pterosaur's wings. So, I think I can accept. He'll just eat you. No, he'll be friends. He'll be friends. He'll be friendly. I can accept that Noibat might be a dragon, but Noibat is not a bat. I repeat, Noibat is not a bat because he has the wings of an Aerodactyl. Which has the wings of a Barioth, which is not a bat. I mean, which is not a dragon. So, this makes it... This is very interesting. He will not ride the forbidden pickle. Come on, don't they... Wasn't there a theory that they used to eat their own tails? I try to find the one to do that. Like, I try to find one that did that. Devourer of ecosystems. Yeah, it'd be a fun excursion to play with. I have, like, infinite drones. I'm sure I can sacrifice a drone in pursuit of, like, that one escapade with the Devil Joe. Okay. So, the question that we now have here that's totally important is, do pterosaur wings exempt you from being a dragon? Because if they do, then you can't accept that Noibat is a dragon because it has pterosaur elements. Which is what you said. Things can be multiple at the same time. So then would we have to say that this is a bat, wyvern, dragon? That's so lame though. I like my categories really neat. So I think if we Occam's razor this, all we have to do is say that Noibat is not a dragon, Barioth is not a dragon. Oh, wait, I just solved this. Okay. Here is a Tapejara. The only thing I want from that giant extinction event is a big slice, just to see if it tastes like pickles. It might taste like pickles, if it's acidic. Okay, so here's a Tapejara, which is a type of pterosaur. Right, so you can see the wing. And notice here how the way that the pterosaur stands is like really similar to how Barioth stands. But you can see this. This is what we're after. And this could explain what we think our ears are Noibat when they're actually just these projections. Oh shit, the ads. Okay. Dude, it's working. It's working. My argument is sound. I'll wait for the ads to finish off before I finish. We'll do this. We'll do the, we'll get to Pokemon, and then we'll wrap it up, I think. Because this is just breaking new grounds of information. Because there is a real argument that little Noibat is not a bat. Because this could very easily explain what we're seeing. And, like, how do you prove it's not a variant of this? And look at that. Oh, wait. Is that fur I see? I'm gonna wait until the ads are over to like, explain this. So, yeah, what do you guys, if you guys are curious about whether Noibat is a bat dragon or not, please look out for my new video titled "Is Noibat Actually a Bat?" where we will now scientifically verify. We are now going to scientifically verify whether Noibat is actually a bat using the powers of science, and it's just gonna. This Tapejara is like the crucial piece to it. And, you know, spoiler alert, Noibat is not a bat. The Pokedex has been wrong. The Pokedex has said that Macargo is hotter than the sun. So I don't think that Macargo could, you know... I don't think the Pokedex is a reliable source of information. I think it's just back in the day when they used to do long books that would record our information on things, and like the articles weren't digitized, so you'd have to read magazine papers that came in about research in certain fields. There was a story that scorpions, in an urban legend, that scorpions would suicide by stinging themselves, and that was just that was kind of like an old wives' tale that was propagated within the scientific literature. So that it's in the scientific literature does not automatically imply or suggest that it's veritable. How would you know how hot the sun is in Pokemon, huh? I know it's not as hot as Macargo, because if it was, I know that Macargo is not as hot as the sun, because if it was, the entire Pokemon world would not be able to handle it, okay? It would actually physically destroy the Pokemon world. Maybe they're using LEDs. Then how do they measure heat? All right. I'm not being digressed from my main point. Look at this Tafijara, okay? This is a pterosaur. And what you can see is that there's a bony projection here that's concave. Much like how Noibat has a concave projection, and we don't know what that's made of. That could be made of bone. Do you ever see a Noibat's ears articulate or move? Like, your ear, which is made of flesh, can bend. A cat's ear can bend. That looks pretty hard to me. They're measuring it in Macargos. They're measuring the son of Macargos. Yes. Okay, those ears do not look like they bend to me. Those don't look like cat ears. They look like bony projections. And I might be wrong. There might be, visible evidence to disprove this. But what's to say that these bony projections also don't, move around or sway in the wind? What I'm saying is that this can perfectly explain why we see these concave ear-looking things on Noibat, and also the fur. Because if you notice, on this Tapejara, there is fur. There's fur right there. It might be in the form of feathers, right? It might be downy feathers, but that looks like fur, and that looks like fur there. So utilizing this Tapejara, we can construct an argument, we're going to delete it for now, that Noibat does not actually need to be a dragon like Smog to have these morphological features, which would then verify, if we follow this train of thought, that it is not a dragon at all, and it is not, definitely 100% not a bat. Because if you are not a bat, then you are not a dragon. If your wings are not bat wings, you're not a dragon. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to suggest that Aerodactyl is not a dragon. And it's not even it's not a dragon type. It's rock flying. So what this tells me is that Lance has culturally appropriated the flying type by taking something that is not a dragon. Like Gyarados and Charizard are dragons, right? For sure, 100%. Charizard has bat wings. Does it? Hold up. Yes, it does. Charizard has bat wings. Aerodactyl does not. This is not a dragon under any circumstances. And when you accept that Lance is a culturally appropriating colonizer, you can also accept that the Barioth is not a dragon, because it has a pterosaur wing, which forms by extending the first digit rather than, having the fingers form the wings, like in the case of Rathalos, a bat here, which you can see the bones, or Smaug. The Barioth actually has a pterosaur wing. So when you see a pterosaur walking, it's walking like the Barioth is walking, with the single digit. Therefore, Noibat is actually just Noi. There's no bat. There's no bat at all. It's Noi pterosaur. No, it's just Noi. No. Hello, finally completed my project. Well, what is this? Oh, hey. I'm glad that project went well. We went on a tangent here because I believe that Noibat is not a bat. I don't know. Do you know Noibat? The Pokemon Noibat? Well, you can see it here. We've been playing with it this entire time. But after observing it, yeah, no, it's not insanity. It's science. You have to believe me. I'm just following basic logic in Occam's razor and cross-correlating anatomy across disparate species to conclude that Noibat is not a bat, nor is it a dragon. Noibat is a pterosaur. Noibat is closer to Aerodactyl than it is to Zubat. They are ears, not horn. Well, you know, a lot of things. Look at Discord. They are ears, not. Okay, I'm gonna check the Discord. Hold up. All right, I see. I see. Look at Discord. They are ears, not horn plates. All right. There's a way to explain this. They're floppy. No, there's totally a way to explain this. Do any pterosaur head ornamentations bend? Yes, some pterosaur head crests could bend. While the core of these crests was made of the thin bone, many were topped or completely composed of flexible cartilage and keratin. Specific examples include soft tissue. Oh, Tapejara pterosaurs, Tupendactylus. Okay, okay, Docs. You just pulled out. I've already joined your Discord, but I think it's some privacy in your DC. Is that the case? You can just react. You can just react if you want to the thing. Oh, it's the bot. Doesn't seem to be going through. Are you a bot? Ophio19, are you a robot? I will unfortunately, I can't tell robots from humans. So we just have to Turing test. What? This... I'm sorry that I have to ask this question straight up. I don't think you're a bot. I don't believe you're a bot. Do you think I'm a bot? No. Based on the way you're talking, no, I don't think you're a bot. I just think I have friend requests, I don't think I have friend requests enabled on the thing. It's just a privacy thing. But if you want to talk on the Discord, you're free to. Like, within the Discord. So who the hell are you? Whoa, 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 settle down, settle down. See, that's how I know it's not a bot. That's how I know it's not a bot. A bot would never get angry. A bot would always be compliant. Look at what Wishlandis said. Yeah, I understand the accusation of bottedness, but I don't believe it's a bot. I think it's just so. I think it's just because DMs could be friendliness. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I hate to press the issue. This is rather silly. Okay. Look at him, dude. What do you mean? What's going on here? I think neither... Okay, rage is not a bot behavior, so I don't think either of you are robots. I just don't know what the... He called me a bot. I mean, it's okay to, I've been called a bot before. I don't think it's that bad. Nox, do you think I'm a bot? I don't think being a bot is that much of an insult. Nox, call me a bot right now. Do it. Do it. I just think it might be I mean the robot kind. I mean all robot. I am a robot. What? Look at me. Not the Discord scam kind. Look. As a judiciary body in the base network, I'm a firm believer of innocent until proven guilty. I think Ophi is allowed to stay. Oh, I think Ophi is allowed to. It's totally allowed to stay, but I don't think it's socially appropriate to be DMing people on to DM people on Discord randomly. I don't know. This whole Discord scam thing makes friendliness very difficult to achieve. But this is very silly. Look, I can just ask straight up. When you DM'd Wes Landis, did you do so to make friends? Will you try to make friends with him? Should I just look into this? Do you mind? This is curious. He sorted. I came here to. Yeah, okay. She's not a 3 sorted. A 3 will call account wants to DM people out of blue. That's true. That is true. But look at what Ophi is saying. Look at what Ophi is saying. Came here to relax, chill, and have some nice conversations. I think, okay, here's something crazy to suggest. I think so long as you don't DM people and specifically ask for them to do, like, I don't know, as long as you don't Discord scam, you are allowed to chill, relax, and have some nice conversations. Because DMing does not always imply, like, even though it's suspicious, it would be wrong to immediately judge, okay? And that's just fair. That's fair protocol here. Yeah, I know. Many scripty people join in random streams to try to sell something and scam. Okay. I'm also a streamer. I know that. Oh, okay. Well, what do you stream? Don't mind if I look. How could a bot stream? Oh dear. What do you stream? And where do you stream? Yeah, but I don't play anymore because my job is okay. 3-week-old account. I already mentioned you. Okay, I've determined that you're allowed to stay, chat, chill, and relax so long as you don't you don't ask people, you don't DM people and ask them to do that the sales, you don't ask people to buy stuff and scam. As long as you don't do that, you are free to stay and you will be not designated a robot. However, a robot's designation is not a bad thing. Let me be clear. But I understand why Nox is suspicious here. 3-week-old account. But sometimes people are just naturally suspicious. Like, I am naturally suspicious. No, I'm not like that. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry if this is not the conclusion you wanted, Nox, but I just can't. I can't. In a time when it's hard to socialize, I don't know. I think you have to. You have one shot. One shot, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what was I saying? Okay, I'm just gonna put on the Discord. What I just found, which is that Tapajarid pterosaurus, which we saw the Tapajara before. So one of the Tapajarids is the keratin to Tapaj. Okay, well, this link that the AI gave me is just wrong. Tupindactylus is a type of Tapajarid pterosaur. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. No, Mr. Streamer, man. I'm not like those other suspicious accounts. I would never scam you, fellow human. Look, as long as they follow the rules, which involves no soliciting and no scamming, they're free to hang out. But if they do scam, then we ban them. All right? But I totally understand where you're coming from. And maybe I'm the type of person that would walk into a coyote's den expecting not to be eaten. Maybe I'm the type of person that would walk up to a Barioth and expect to, or a Devil Joe and expect not to, you know, art imitates life. Then they're free to hang in a different... You can't imply that. You can't imply that. That is so... How could you say that, Nox? How could you say that? That's not streamer safe. Okay, anyways. We're just gonna... What the... Survival instinct of a potato. Alright, pomme de terre. Yeah, this is a 3-week-old account because I recently joined Twitch. I think I was only able to stream for about a week and then I couldn't find enough time to stream because of my job. Oh, okay. That's... See, it's explainable. I don't know why I'm lawyering up here. But yeah, if you scam, you get banned. That's the rule. You only have to worry if you're a scammer. If you scam, you get banned. You only have to be worried about it if you're a scammer. You'd be surprised at the dark implications of someone with 500 plus hours in Pal World. And if you are not a scammer, then... And this goes for you, Nox. You could be a scammer too. If you're not a scammer, Nox, then... You are also not going to be banned. I think this is really funny. I don't know. I hope you don't mind. Just let me stress. I just want to stress that here in the base network, we do not condone scamming of any kind. We believe in free information. And within that information is this. The Tupanadactylus, which is a type of tapijarid, which we saw before. And, okay, now we have... What the... Here we have a lot of empty space between these two bones. And look at how thin this bone is. Remember, a bat's wing can bend as well. So this can bend. What do you think fills in that empty space? Could it perhaps be something which flops and bends in the wind? It's in the right position, too. Like, you can imagine if it developed two of these, like if there was a second outgrowth like this, and another one like this, you would then have ears that could flop down. Like this. If I was a scammer, I wouldn't have to live with my parents. Not gonna lie, selling snake oil seems pretty tempting all of a sudden. Yeah, so, you know, is it even bad to be a scammer? Yes. Here at the Base Network, we do not condone scamming. But I'm glad that you could see it from the perspective of a scammer, Nox. That's amazing. What enhanced worldview you have now. Even though that might be damaging. I'm sorry for being so rude, Ophi019. The Twitch is like super. I don't know why I'm apologizing. I just know Twitch is super super hostile to small streamers. And it's hard to figure out how to manage that, so I think we can afford a little grace. Hopefully I wasn't too mean. Hopefully it was all in jest. Anyways. You see what I mean? This can flop. This membrane can flop. Let me get this in one take. Let me redo this all. I want to get this in one take in case I use this for later. Okay, look here. This is Tupanadactylus. It is another tapijarid pterosaur, and what you can see here is empty space between these two bones, and that empty space would have to be filled by something, perhaps something which could flop over, like the ear of a noibat. Because this bone it looks like it could bend. And just add a little bit of fantasy elements, and that thing is bending like an ear. But it can be totally explained if you have two projections. Like, let's say, now you have two ears, and they're at the exact correct location of Noibat's ears. So, in this paradigm, in this frame of reference, where Noibat is not a bat or a dragon, it is actually a type of tapijarid pterosaur. And this allows us, what this allows us to do I feel like maybe I made a mistake by messaging. Perhaps I should have reached out in the first place to have you. This is so sad. Okay. I used to have a copy pasta for this. Let me see if I can remember it. I have a friend that probably has it. Wait, I think I do. Hold up. I should probably bring back this copy pasta. Look, the administration has heard your complaint. It has to go through a couple hands, but I am sure we can come to a civilized agreement. Your opinion is valued, and we'll see to it that this stream addresses the concerns of all who participate. I wrote this copy pasta like 6 years ago when my friend was streaming. He's actually on the server. He's on the Discord. Especially women, it's a phishing scam. Okay. We're just gonna. I mean, if we want, I think we can accept people of different predilections. I think Ofi must be joking. Ofi must be joking. That's why. Here's the copy pasta. And I wrote this. You know, writing like this actually got me a summer job because I used the bureaucratic language so effectively, even though I've never taught myself it. I just meme my way into these things because I think it's really funny. Look, the administration has heard your complaint. It has to go through a couple hands, but I am sure we can come to a civilized agreement. Your opinion is valued, and we'll see to it that this stream addresses the concerns of all who participate. Madman. No, I think I'm pretty sane. I think I'm pretty sane when you look at all the evidence. Sorry, guys. I thought I should leave. If you have stuff to do, feel free to. We'll miss you for the blip of time in which you spent hanging out with us. Well, I will. Nox probably. I don't know if Nox will. Bye. Sorry for bothering you. All right. Have a great day, Ophio19. I hope you have a wonderful day. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Noibat is a Tapejara. I'll give it 5 minutes until they try again. Maybe. I think it's funny. I mean, logic suggests that this interaction is extremely humorous. So why not? Unless they actually scam someone. What if they actually do? There must have been 1,000 villains born when you were born. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna, okay. 1,000 villains born when you were born? No, you know, it's funny you should say that because the administration copy pasta, the guy that I made it for, said that my existence created the darkest timeline. He said that when I arrived, the darkest timeline also arrived. And that's not even a joke. He legitimately said that to me. He's like, holy shit, you brought with you the darkest timeline. But anyways, here. I'm going to exempt myself from liability by adding a rule. Saying, do not accept DMs from random people on... Wait, let me see. Okay, there's a new rule. There's a new rule. Do not accept random... See you later. See you later, OPO19. Hope somebody picks up that phone because I fucking called it. See you later, OPO19. Okay, what's the rule here? Do not accept DMs from people you don't know on this server. That would be poor. Do not send random DMs to people on this server. That is poor form. That reflects poorly on me. No, that's like parenting. It is a social faux pas that ought to be avoided. There we go. We're just going to add this to the rules now. Okay, bye. And you get out of here, pig face, love out. Bye-bye. Have a great day. Have a wonderful day. Oh yeah, rules. Rules. I didn't really think about this, but, you know, I'm just gonna remove myself from liability. They are not a bot. I spoke with them, and they got angry like a human would. I have altered the rules to reflect a better culture. Stream culture. Continued DMing will result in ban. In a ban. Thank you, Westlandis, for your service to the base network. I cannot tell. I cannot tell bots apart from people. Well, that's that. And this is... I have to save this. I have to save this. Now. Rules. Before I forget. And then we can collect our final Pokemon. How do you do this again? Yo, how do people edit their rules? This is so important that I literally have to do this now. Yo, how do people edit their rules? Wishing you have a good day in your stream. Good luck. This is so important that I literally have to
knowing
do
how
this
you
now.
look.
That would be very sad.
How do people edit their rules?
There we go.
Wishing you
Edit
have a good day in
panels.
your stream. Good luck.
This
Imagine
is
trying
so
something like
important that I literally have to
knowing
do
how
this
you
now.
look.
That would be very sad.
How do people edit their rules?
There we go.
Wishing you
Edit
have a good day in
panels.
your stream. Good luck.
This
Imagine
is so
trying something like
important that I literally have to
knowing
do
how
this
you
now.
look.
A
That would be
stream
very sad. How do people edit their rules?
there we
Or
go.
server.
Edit
Good day in
panels.
your stream. Good luck. Imagine trying something like knowing how you look.
A
That would be
stream
very sad. There we go.
or server.
Edit panels.
Do not send random DMs to people on the stream. It is a social faux pas that ought to be avoided. There we go. There we go. Send random DMs to people on the stream. It is a social faux pas that ought to be avoided. There we go. There we go. We have been inoculated against any further transgressions. From a psychological standpoint, people using insults and anger or frustration usually lead into their own insecurities. Oh, that would help me out. So this is really funny to me. Hey, I think everyone here has a good sense of humor. And you have a good sense of humor too, Nox. Now, can we finish off? Did I fully expound on why I think Noibat is not a bat? Are we fully satisfied with this line of argumentation? So, I think we need an actual bat or a dragon, flying type. We are now exempt from Aerodactyl. Okay, we're saving again. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these, but we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Close paint.net. We slept, and we go to sleep here. All right, so we can now pick, after all of that, we can now pick our final Pokemon for the day. I just need time to. I just need time to look at the decks. I'm really leaning towards Skarmory or Gligar. Okay, let's sort them by Spidef. If only I could sort them by their stage. And if I had the tools to be able to create Rotom Fly mode, then maybe that could also be good. Oh, Mask. Okay, we're not using Masquerain. It really is only Gyarados that where a Pokemon evolves into a flying type for its second stage. Also, trying to insult someone who got brimming confidence in their appearance is currently pointless. I got pretty privileges. I believe you, Nox. I believe you have pretty privileges. You are very pretty, Nox. That's the logical thing to say. Okay. I think going after learning what we know, I think going for Aerodactyl is super weird. So it's either going to be Gligar or Skarmory. And I totally forgot. I have totally forgotten what the flying type. I like Skarmory. Yeah, I think Skarmory, because I want Mega Skarmory as well. Let me look at the Megas. This Cramorant is a water flying type. Staraptor Mega, Corviknight Meg. No, that's Gmax. Lucha Mega. Clefable doesn't count. It doesn't start as a flying type. Heck is Obliterix. That's a Pteranodon. Sorry, I was just looking at the greater Pokemon. I need to know what the Korean... Okay, new problem. What is the Korean word for... Yeah, I also like to think Skarmory was a Gen 3 Pokemon because I think about it on Route 111 or Route 113. Whatever the route is with the cool song. Okay, what is flying type in Korean? And I'll have to match the symbols. Transliterated. Because I want to be able to say the Korean, and I'm also going to drink some water, too. How do you say that in Romanized Korean? Bihang type. Bihang type. Bihang type. Wait, I can just put this in my translator. Bu, Busapeo? Is that? Oh, Busapeo is Noibat. Jobyungol. Jobhyangol is sphenoid, and now that's air cutter. That's not flying type. Why are you selling me? Bihang type.
보습뼈 저편골 비행 타입.
Bihang type. Bihang type. Okay, that's what we're looking for. And it's like an upside down table with a line. Speaking of, you could get Altari and Dragon Dance. I could, but then that would compound my weakness to... Even though, okay, by the way, DD Altari is actually really amazing. Dragon Dance with Return and Earthquake is, like, amazing. So, I don't disagree with you with Mega. But that would just compound our weakness to Ice type. And Skarmory kind of corrects for that. I think next time it would have to be Gligar. This one's flying. That's the does anything else have the upside down hat? Let me cross-reference this. Nope, this isn't flying. This isn't flying. Wait, is it? Oh. Okay, we're gonna click this. It was Psychic. Alright, we have to restart. We have to restart. No, no. I mean... We don't have a bat. All I'm saying is that we don't have a bat. And we need every mode of flight. Sigilif. It could be Sigilif. So the AI totally sold me, by the way. Wait, I'm so... I'm very not intelligent, because guess what I could have done this whole time? There it is. That's what the symbol for flying type would have been, and I could have just looked for that. Okay, so Sigilif... what level does Swoobat evolve? Or what level does Swoobat evolve in? Oh, it evolves with high friendship, which we can totally do. We can totally do. If we can get simple on this, we can destroy the game. And I think it just makes sense to actually get a bat. After all of that work and to not pick up the bat, even though Sigilif is amazing, I think we're going to go for Swoobat. We're going to go for the bat. We're going to get it. We're going to get our Chiropteran, which we do not have. Okay, now where is it? Where is it? Xatu would be the... Yeah, Xatu gets Magic Bounce. I think Sigilif is better, is the best of the Psychic Flyings. But that would be a bird. So I can totally see what you're going for. I have forgotten where the Pokemon is now. Do I have to go hunting for it? What? Alright, stream doesn't end until we find this Woobat. Where have thy gone? Where have thou gone? Thy is wrong there. Where have thou gone? Gonest. That's an Eevee. Yeah, because if I don't get this Woobat, the next time we... yeah. If we don't find it, I'm just going to forget the next time we stream this. If we come back to... then, yeah, for sure the next time. I actually had fun doing this. But I legitimately don't know where it is. Hello? Do you have it? Okay, you're not going to be hiding in, like, box 20. Wee-woos for woo-woo sounds like an episode title for the anime. That it does. Dun 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 dun. Wee-woos for woo-woo. Or wee-woos for woobat. Woo-woos for woobat. Who's that Pokemon? Wait, was that the Pokeball? No. The heck? I'm just gonna have to check every location. Okay, that's the underground path. No, you wouldn't be in here. I heard you talking smack about Noibat, so it left. There's no way. That would be absurd. I'm correct. I'm correct about Noibat. Why would it abandon me like this? Woobat is a bat. Noibat is not a bat. It should be happy that it's preserving the bat status. I don't think there's any bat solidarity in Pokemon. Bats of the flock like to band together. That might be true, actually. They might actually congregate. You may be correct. That doesn't... Wait, that doesn't help the problem, though, that we cannot locate this Woobat. What? Where are you? What is this game called? Not Pokemon Star Wish. We might have to go try echolocation. No way, I'm gonna try echolocation. I can make clicks. I don't know if that'll help. I don't know if that's proper clicking for echolocation. I know people can echolocate. Woobat! 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 Where did you go? Like, legitimately. You have to be here somewhere. Nope. I don't want to have to look this up. This is like a weird feeling, like a game where you can't look up a walkthrough for where the Pokemon is. I guess the universe just doesn't want me to have a bat. Okay, can you give me... bat? No. I'm gonna reset and I'm gonna read what it says. I'm gonna read what the thing says. Because maybe I put in... Or it wants to punish you for giving that poor little Noibat an existential... It could be that way. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm not gonna lie. Right, robot, translate everything. Translate. Alright, all it says is, do you want to choose Woobat? What are you saying? Maybe I have to go to the game corner and win it? Through gambling? Urgently. Oh, okay. So, this is a reading comp difference. I'm just trying... Okay. Hello, gym leader. I'm sorry for dropping by so suddenly, but urgently there's something I would like to ask you. Did you happen to have a dream about meeting a Pokemon last night? And this is probably C.R.O.C. C.R.O.C. I see. Oh, dude, it literally... I literally did that off of straight context. Yes, that's what it means. I see. That Pokemon right now, the gym leader's help is... What? Oh, it might need help. I have to go save Woobat. That's why. Is it stuck in the game corner? I will give you this now. So in Celadon City, which is Rainbow City. Or no, Saffron is... What the heck's Rainbow City? Go to the game center. Okay, so I had to go to the game corner. We have to rescue Woobat. Time is it 6 o'clock? Okay, I'm gonna go walk into the game corner and then I'm gonna stop it and then I'll just continue this later. Because this, we are now... I could have totally reasoned that out if I had walked around enough. I feel kind of bad. I feel like that was cheating. Because as soon as Sabrina was talking to me, I'm not gonna lie, I did think, oh, I should have went to the game corner. You can not believe me, but my intuition was telling me it's stuck in the game corner. It needs my help. It's trapped in the game corner. That's the only explanation. I need 200 coins. Alright, gambling is for next stream. This is the adventures of the flying gym leader in trying to parse out the scientific taxonomy of bats. But that was fun. That was fun. I'm glad everyone came in to say hi. It was a little bit silly. It got a little bit silly at the end there, but overall we did what we set out to do. And I'd call that a wrap. This was totally an impromptu stream that just happened chaotically, so I'm glad you guys could all hang out. But yeah, that should wrap it up for today. I'm going to continue this later. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a week from now, I'm not sure. But yeah, hope you guys all had a great stream. And until next time, see you later, alligators.